So maybe we're gonna try this once more to do public comments to make sure the public has an opportunity to comment on our closed session agenda before taking a recess. We can? Perfect. We'll call for public comments on the closed session agenda. These are items number 1A through D. We're doing this a redo since we were having sound difficulties on Zoom, but we'll try once more. There's nobody in chambers to make comments, but we will go to those on Zoom. If any members of the public would like to comment on closed session agenda, if you could please raise your hand and you'll be recognized.
That's raised.
Okay, seeing none though, we're going to be entering a training here in the chambers on this new technology here. Then we will recess for closed session and we'll be back at 10:30. Thank you.
Testing, testing. Can you hear my fan? No fan noise? No wind tunnel? We turn the fan higher. Can you hear it? Fan speed going up? You cannot hear the fan. Oh, his good speakers, headphones. I'm gonna take it easy on my knee, and instead I repotted all my plants. That was not taking it easy on my knee.
Oh, you're all set up. You want to trade? I'm just kidding.
I know, I get a
I
little
don't get it.
shelf. I gotta like put my bag behind it. Can you hear the fan when I'm speaking? It's on its highest setting, I believe. Is he saying no or not that bad?
We're good.
And that was the loudest. Testing the microphone.
Other
The fans.
microphones?
For fan noise? No, you can't hear it.
Our noise reduction is probably taking care of that, actually.
Clerk's fan is on.
Okay, yes, as long as it's there.
As long as it's not facing the.
Micro.
Actually, we can do a lot on our end before it's transmitted, before it gets into the system. We do it right at the front end, so each microphone can have its own noise elimination, and that's cool. I'm sure it's turned on and taking care of that already.
You want to bring back the other fans?
Address what way we don't like one of the reasons we don't need.
It might not have been set up yet. Like if we weren't processing yet.
Oh yeah, because this is pointed way in a different direction. So last time we were here, we
Yeah,
had the
we
fan
had it- we-
like
yeah.
points pointed like this. Mic test, 1, 2, 3. 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 Mic test, 1, 2, 3.
Clerk's mic.
Mic test, 1, 2, 3. Mic test, 1, 2, 3.
Wireless 2.
Staff 1. Staff 2.
Wireless 1.
Podium. Accessibility mic. ADA.
Good morning, everyone. We want to welcome everybody to our September 19th, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Ask the public to bear with us. We're going to be trying out some new technology that wasn't available last week when we came back into these chambers, but just wanted to give everybody a heads up on that. So we'll first call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present. And please be advised the live captioning in today's meeting will not be displayed due to technical reasons. However, any user on Zoom can turn the live captions on their own device.
Okay, and then we'll go to our announcement by our Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis, and maybe if you could mention the announcement on about closed caption. Thank you.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete de español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted desea hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle antes de seguir adelante. La reunión de hoy no tendrá closed caption o títulos bajo la pantalla, así que si está usando Zoom, puede utilizar closed caption en el Zoom. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll ask our public to rise, and we're going to ask our County Counsel, Kelly Donlin, to lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one. Thank you, Ms. Donlin. Now we'll go to the additions or corrections by our clerk.
Yes, there is a correction to item number 17 under the PM scheduled matters for housing and community development. And that was errata memo was received. And there's an addition to the adjournment in memory for Megan Ruiz Ignacio's family members, Auntie Lynn Manabog, Auntie Virgie Dofa, and Uncle Dolfo Rukatan.
Thank you for that. Okay, we will now move on to ceremonial resolutions. We have items 2 through 9 today, and I think only 3 will be presented though after the vote. Anybody want to comment on any of these resolutions? Any members of the public want to comment on resolutions, items number 2 through 9 on our agenda? Seeing none, if we could have a motion.
Move. Second.
Moved by Supervisor Adams, seconded by,
I did it on the tablet.
okay, by Supervisor Lopez. This is a new technology we're trying to want everybody here today. It's been moved by Adams, seconded by Supervisor Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion carries 5-0. Now we got it on our big screen here. All right. Okay, that was our first try. We did pretty good.
Hey.
Let's keep it going. All right, moving on to consent agenda. This is item number 10 on the agenda, but it includes items 21 through 38. Do any of my colleagues want to pull or speak on any of these items? Supervisor Askew, which ones?
29, I think, is a duplicate.
Let's look at that. Oh, my bad. Thank you. Let me go back. I forgot we moved right through. So we are having presentations today on the resolutions. I got so excited about the technology, was wanting to move to the next item. Okay, let's start with Supervisor Lopez. Since he reminded me, we have Catherine Eckert from Behavioral Health Bureau to present on National Suicide Prevention Month.
So I'd like to have Katie Eckert come up and join me today so I can present to her this resolution. We know that suicide impacts our communities. And for a lot of folks, it's something they don't want to talk about. But helping people find help is something we all have to take a responsibility in. And we do that by shining light on the issue. And this month, we're taking time to do that. So we're taking this pause in our board meeting, bring attention to the matter, and to make sure that anybody in our community who might be feeling that extra stress or having thoughts, or tendencies, let them know we have resources available in our community. We've done an we have an incredible team who's done an incredible job over decades to build a network of resources to assist community members in Monterey County who need help. Reach out, let us know if we can connect you to those services. We're here to support you. Most importantly, I want to thank the professionals in Monterey County who every single day help us in making sure that that safety net is strong for our community, to make sure that those resources are available when somebody calls, that there is a warm hand and somebody on the other end of the line. There's been some new resources invested in the last couple of years. I'm hoping Katie will share with us a little bit about those resources. But thank you for the work, and I'm hoping that you can share a few words with us about why this month is important to our professionals at Monterey County Behavioral Health.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez. This is incredibly important for all of us and for all of us to acknowledge as a community, and I think that that's one of the things that I want to share. Every single one of us has a role in suicide prevention. Being there as a caring individual for your circle of friends, family, colleagues, being willing to listen, being willing to reach out when you see somebody seems to just be acting a little bit depressed or withdrawn, reaching out to them and saying, hey, I'm here. I care about you. Sometimes that makes all the difference. And yes, there are the times where our professionals are needed, and we do. We have an incredible team at Monterey County Behavioral Health. We also have incredible teams of community partners throughout Monterey County. So, whether it's our partners in the hospitals, some of our partners in field response for crisis response, some of that is our law enforcement partners. Everyone has a role to play, and all of us are really looking at how can we better coordinate efforts to really support our community, have handoffs be warmer and more seamless so that when people need help, it's easier for them to get help. And really working with all of our teams and our teams, again, both internally and externally, to really make it a smooth, seamless process to ensure that everyone gets help when needed. And so some of the things we're really excited about, we have the new 988 system. That's not directly with Monterey County, but Monterey County is coordinating, and we're looking at how do we streamline and build upon that partnership for the National Suicide Line, which is now 988, in case you didn't know, and really having that be one of those places where there's seamless referral to services. We're building out and looking at bringing on new mobile crisis benefits and programs. We look to start some of those this fall. Again, being able to have a timely response when there truly is a need in the community. And so I look forward to the teamwork. I look forward to the collaboration, and I look forward to working with everyone in the community to increase the health, the resilience, and lower suicides in our community. So thank you again, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you very much.
Katie, so this month is National Suicide Prevention Month. And so for that reason, we're taking this pause today, and I want to present you with this resolution. I hope you'll share it with staff and all of our partners in the community and let them know, and let anybody out there who might need help know that we're here for them. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to a resolution recognizing the Diocese of Monterey on the occasion of its Blue Mass, honoring first responders throughout the County of Monterey. And this is a resolution by our colleague Supervisor Adams.
I'll ask Deacon Duncan Hoy to come up and join me for this presentation. Thank you so much for being with us today. And I will simply tell my colleagues in the community why we're here. And that is, this is a resolution that we are providing to Duncan Hoy in honor of the Blue Mass, which the Catholic Church does annually to celebrate the work of our first responders, 911, the fire people, the police officers, EMS. There are so many different people within our community who are first responders. And it's really nice that the Catholic Church has come forward with a resolution or with a mass to honor those folks particularly. It's going to be September 29th at 10 o'clock at San Carlos Church. And with that, I will simply acknowledge the fact that the Diocese of Monterey does many things to support our community by providing services in restorative justice, programs that reduce crime and to restore the community following a crime, including prayer services, street vigils, ministries to incarcerated persons, community organizing and education, neighborhood cleanups, removal of gang symbols and tattoos, individual counseling, and much more. And I can just tell you the much more includes the work that went on over in Paro with the many people who were displaced when the levee broke. There were so many activities that the Catholic Church organized over in that department, that area. So with that in mind, I therefore be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all of the residents thereof, hereby joins the community in honoring the Diocese of Monterey on the occasion of its Blue Mass and praises it for its significant contribution to the County of Monterey. Thank you so very much, and perhaps you would like to say a few words. Trade you.
We're handing a preacher the microphone.
I should have held on.
I just want to say thank you for this honor, this recognition. We are very excited about the Blue Mass that's coming up. It is a chance for us to honor and recognize and to pray for all of our first responders, whether they be law enforcement or firefighters or emergency medical responders. The people who serve our community keep us safe. So it's a special opportunity for us to pray for them and pray for their safety and in thanksgiving for what they do. We've had several of our elected officials, including some of our supervisors, have said they're going to be there. Several of our city mayors and other leadership are coming as well. But the general public is certainly invited, and don't have to be Catholic. All are invited to pray together at San Carlos Cathedral next Friday, the 29th at 10 o'clock. I hope you can join us there.
Thank you so very much. Let's have a picture here.
We have one more. Thank you, and good to see Deacon Hoy. Thank you for joining us today. I'm not only the chair of the Board of Supervisors, but I also get to sit on the Board of Directors of Monterey Salinas Transit. And today I'm really proud to recognize this outstanding transit agency that we have that serves not only Monterey County, but also has routes that go into our neighboring counties as well. But I also wanted just to also commend them not only for providing high quality professional transit services to thousands of our local residents, but also our youth and our college students who utilize it, our seniors, even members of our military who depend on our transit system to get them to work and back, and then to a lot of other places. But also Monterey Salinas Transit also administers the regional taxi authority. So the fact that we have a taxi service is also a critical part of the work that MST does every day. And also the rides that they provide to our seniors and disabled residents that can't get on our normal transit buses. So this resolution that we just approved states that we are celebrating the 50th golden anniversary of Monterey Salinas Transit. On September 1st, 2023, MST celebrated its golden anniversary with customers, employees, community partners, and federal, state, and locally elected officials, emphasizing their district's continuing commitment to connecting communities, creating opportunities, and being kind to our planet. Back in September 1973, Monterey Salinas Transit was a joint powers agency comprising of the cities of the Monterey Peninsula, and started with 6 well-worn buses inherited from the defunct private operator Bay Bay Rapid Transit Company. Those 6 buses ran on 4 routes, serving the cities of Monterey, Pacific Grove, Carmel by the Sea, and Seaside. Local legend has it that on the first day, 4 of those 6 buses suffered mechanical breakdowns. Humble origins for sure. From those humble beginnings, over the next few years, the service area continued to expand, and in 1981, the city of Salinas joined the Joint Powers Agency, creating the Monterey-Salinas Transit Joint Powers Agency. And over the decades, new mobility services were provided throughout the region. Annual ridership grew from its initial 500,000 in 1973 to 5 million annual passengers. Eventually, the small and mostly rural cities of Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, and King City, and Sand City joined the governance of the newly created Monterey-Salinas Transit District in 2010. Today, MST operates a fleet of 163 heavy-duty buses, minibuses, and trolleys on 36 fixed routes, and they also include providing services into neighboring Santa Cruz County, San Luis Obispo County, Santa Clara, and which is 1/5 of California's coastal region. MST has seen a 25% growth in ridership over the past year with the implementation of the new Better Bus Network, and it's working to complete its construction of the SURF project on the peninsula. So therefore, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of our county and residents, hereby recognizes and celebrates the 50th golden anniversary of Monterey-Salinas Transit for continuing to deliver high quality and professional public transportation services to the people of Monterey County. With that, we want to present you this resolution, and we thank you so much, Norm Tudavuki, for joining us to receive this resolution. We would love to have you say some words as well.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate this. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, City Council members. It is my pleasure to accept this award on behalf of all the employees who make this happen for us. On behalf of the Board of Directors for MST, on behalf of all our employees, our managers, our supervisors, and most importantly, our frontline employees who make the service happen every single day. We really, really appreciate this. We're indebted to you folks. We wouldn't be here if you didn't ride our buses, and we appreciate that deeply. So on behalf of our employees, muchas gracias, salamat, mahalo, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are now going to consent calendar. This is item number 10 on the agenda and items 21 through 38. And Supervisor, ask you, back to you. You had some items you wanted to speak on, or you said there was a duplicate of?
I believe that item number 29 is duplicated on our scheduled agenda. This is, could be wrong, it's a emergency services, might be duplicated with item 14.
It looks like that, you're right. All right, we'll remove that from a motion to approve. Good catch. Anyone else? Supervisor Church.
I would like to pull 41.
This is a,
Thanks. At 31.
this is a county services agreement for tree pruning and removal services with Topes Tree Service. So we'll go to you and you can speak on that.
And 32 also, I'm sorry. I wanted to pull just 32 for general discussion on the board. It's for next year's schedule.
Okay, you want to speak on both or just one? 31 and
32 is just comment.
Okay.
And just input from the
Okay.
board. I just want to notify.
All right, we'll go back to you on that. Anyone else? See no others?
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, staff would like to pull item 30 and bring that back at a later date. That item needs some amending of the language and a resolution attached. So we'll bring that back.
Okay, we will remove number 30.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Adams. I wasn't looking at the time, so you need to look for me to catch it.
Thank you. Okay, So I want to pull item 36 simply for comment.
Okay. All right, we'll go through these first, and then we'll go to members of the public to pull or speak on any items that are on the consent agenda. So we are going to remove item number 29, that's it's a duplicate, and then we're going to remove item number 30, and staff will bring that back perhaps next week or at a future date. But let's go to item number 31, Supervisor Church, and that was that contract regarding tree services with Tope.
Yes, on the recommendation, we're having an option to extend it for 2 additional one-year periods. After the 1 year, after the 1 year agreement, I would just like to make a motion that be contingent on some land use citations to be mitigated.
Okay, maybe we hear from staff on this proposed item, and then we'll hear from our colleagues on this. And otherwise, we probably could do a separate motion on that if it's not, if the board does not agree to that.
Do we need a motion to pull it, to have it?
No, maybe we just speak to it, and if we all agree, then it could be included in the motion with that caveat. Let's hear from staff. Yes, Craig Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this is a contract purchasing item, but if you have any questions about the land use, I'd be happy to answer them.
And I understand it is crossing over into these two, but I think it's important that we know the land use concerns are being mitigated before this contract gets extended. This is all I'm really trying to attach into this, that be reviewed before the contract is extended after a year.
So maybe that would be the added language that any renewal come before the board just to ensure that any previous citations and staff concerns get addressed before the next renewal.
Correct.
Okay. Does the board seem okay with that? I'm going to see nodding heads. Yeah. Okay. I think we'd be amenable to that, adding that language to the motion. Let's go to your other item, item number 32, on next year's schedule.
The only thing I
Board of
just want to
Supervisors.
point out for the board is traditionally we've taken our August recess from approximately the 6th on. I realize there's a couple of board members have children, well, school children, let's say, are coming of age. And I felt maybe it would be beneficial if that was moved back. So if you take a look at the schedule, this board recess would start, what is the date here? Starts on, towards the end, the second half of July, and then the third week would be August 6th. So it basically moves us just back a couple of weeks. And I wanted to let the board know that because it is a little bit different and for input, basically.
Perhaps we pull this item and have it come back next week to staff look at what is make a proposal, what a July recess would look like instead of a mostly August.
It is stated on here with a July recess starting on the 23rd, the 30th, and the 6th.
Which is the normal.
Instead of the normal is 6, 13, and 20. But, I'm sorry, Supervisor asked you.
Yes, go ahead.
Through the chair, I would be thrilled to have our summer recess adjusted so that it lines up a little bit better with my child's school vacation. I would assume that we also have, I think we've had the August break back when schools started in September, and schools are now starting at the beginning of August. So for any of our other county staff who have, whose lives are dictated by our board calendar, I would imagine this could be helpful as well when you've got kids home to have that flexibility for camping or trips or whatever you might want to just spend time with your kids. So I would be very grateful to have this change made to our calendar moving forward. And we did have a chance to look through the dates that were posted, and I'm fully supportive. Thank you.
Looks like Chris agrees too with this too.
Yeah, I'm good with the approach. My kids aren't in school yet, but I know where they're headed and I know what those schedules look like. So I am supportive of the shift. I think for me, I also think about why we traditionally have done it then. And it was typically, we're adopting our budget, which is sort of a heavy lift for staff. And so understanding that they're going to have to stick around a few weeks after budget is formally adopted I think that's okay too, just knowing that that's going to be kind of a unique feeling for them. But overall, I'm supportive of the approach, trying it out and see how it goes.
Supervisor Adams.
Yes, so just a couple of quick questions then. So what were the dates that we would begin? What were you proposing, Supervisor Church?
Yeah, it's on the schedule, July 23rd. The board meetings that would be
Right.
in recess are 23rd, 30, and 6. Of course, we have July 2nd in recess as well for the 4th, but then we would have board meetings on the 9th and the 16th because I know we're just getting out of the budget and there's always things to be cleared up.
He's not changing what's in front of us. He's simply pointing out what he's recommended as the incoming.
As the incoming chair, that's what I was thinking he was doing. And then I guess my overall question would be, are there school districts, will this impact most of the school districts in Monterey County in a positive way? Yes, she's, a parent is nodding yes. Okay, thank you very much.
It's not clear on the chart. Because we usually go off, we don't have a meeting the last week of July and then the first two weeks, and we're back on the third week of August. So what would be the change? Would we be off earlier in
Yes.
earlier weeks, couple weeks in July?
Yeah, a couple weeks
I
earlier.
always
We'd be
like
off.
better anyways, you know?
We'll be off July 23rd, July 30, and then August 6th, and then we return August 13.
The other thing is it just balances off better, I think, with both July 4th and Labor Day. A little better, little better space and time in there.
Perfect. All right. So that's already in there. So approving it, you just want to bring everybody, that was your recommendation. Perfect. Appreciate that heads up. It seems like everybody's good with it. So I think we're good to go on that. Item number 32. Let's go to item 36 now. I think that was Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. I'm not picking on the levies, or on the Regional Water Quality Control Board or the Sanitation District, but I just wish that when we make decisions in our county, that we would really be conscious of the kinds of things that we're doing. As an example, I just would love to know how much we as a county have paid in the past 5 years to fix things that we should have been maintaining all along. I feel like we eschew our responsibility as good stewards of things like sanitation districts or levies, and that we have encumbered millions of dollars in fixing things, millions that could have gone to housing or homelessness or mental health or parks. I feel like I'm on a little grandstand here, and I hope that you'll forgive me for bringing it up when we're in the middle of the important decision of ensuring that we have the sanitation districts covered. I'm not complaining about that at all. I just feel like it's something about decision-making that we need to start paying more attention to, especially when it comes to budgeting things. So thank you for allowing me my opportunity to speak to that.
Yes, Supervisor Lopez.
Just on that point, I just don't want it to turn into a focus on a specific department or issue. And the reason I say that is, I know that this particular department on this matter has brought forward budget requests for staffing to specifically get through the studies necessary to raise the fees on these districts. And we have not been supportive in the past of giving them that. And I know that because it's one of those things that I've advocated for. So I hope that we make those investments that they need in staff in order to do the studies and to raise the fees via 218s to bring these districts back up to where they need to be. Because I've felt those as well. I have a ditch maintenance district near Arroyo Seco that we wound up having to find money all over the place to clean out a ditch, even though that district has existed for 30, 40 years and hadn't expended any money, but the fees hadn't kept up with the actual need and inflation. So I think there's work for all of us to do. And I just want to point out that we need to be supportive when those asks get made at that level in order to not end up in a position where we're paying penalties and fees. But agree with you. Thank you.
Yeah, and we recently just went through that when we're talking about what would be the right 218, and we went with the lowest amount. And that's why the work doesn't get done, because this particular entity, the Pajaro County Sanitation District, doesn't have the resource to do all the work, the backlog of maintenance that it's had. And prior to that, we had, it was just late last year, where we had a big debate on this board whether we give a loan or forgive the loan, and we successfully pushed, hey, we have the money, let's give them, rather than putting more debt on a struggling agency. So we just to put that in context too, because these were the last two times this issue has come. But when we do talk about 218, it's a struggle, because it's the people who can least afford it. But at the same time, then where do you get the money to pay for the needed maintenance in the sewage system?
I don't think it's just in those districts, though. I mean, it's throughout the entire county. I think
Exactly.
it impacts all of the decision-making that we're faced with. So I don't
Right.
want it limited in your minds to 218s.
Right. And that's why he was just bringing up some other agencies that are similarly situated.
Yep.
Okay. So that was for just comment only. Let's go to the public. Do any members of the public want to comment on any consent agenda items number 21 through 38? I don't see anybody coming forward in chambers. Anybody online? Okay, so I think we could entertain a motion with the caveat on item 31 that before that contract is renewed, staff will bring it back to our attention to address any ongoing land use or violation citation issues that were pending. Okay.
Move approval of the consent
See,
excluding.
you're too late. You got to keep up with the technology. I already beat you.
Oh, you already hit the button.
I'm seconding it, too.
Well, forget that. I'll just turn my mic off.
Wait, I'm trying to see where you guys are at here, 'cause it's not popping up on my screen. We're testing out this new motion in seconds.
So I'll make the motion.
Old school is better
I'm-
sometimes.
I know, as I've marked it on the iPad here, but
Okay.
I wanted to clarify, there was a few other items that staff requested be pulled. Was that item 30? It was going to.
29 and 30.
29 and 30 as well, with the amendment to the language as stated by Supervisor Church on 31. And was I missing anything else? Those are three. All right.
No, that was it. You got it. So moved by Lopez, seconded by Adams. Okay. Oh, I have Church as you push the button before, but let's try that. Let's recognize Supervisor Adams as a second, and we could just test this out.
Ooh, under the bus.
We need to practice this anyways, man.
I'm glad we're not in a play.
Are you able to make that change? Okay, moved by Lopez, seconded by Supervisor Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? Motion carries 5-0. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to our general public comments. This is for the time where the public could comment on anything not on today's agenda, and we'll allow up to 2 minutes, and we'll start with those in chambers, and then we'll go to those on Zoom. And one member of the public is coming forward. And if a reminder for those on Zoom, if you could raise your hand, and we'll recognize you as soon as we are done with those speaking in chambers.
Good morning. Name is Eric Peterson. And as many know, I breakfast at First Awakenings in Salinas, in downtown Salinas. And for the last week, there's been a new homeless person sleeping on the sidewalk right next to the restaurant. When I showed up today, that homeless person was in a very animated discussion with a security guard. And I was able to listen long enough. This guy was reasonably articulate. This wasn't like Connor. And the reason I bring this up is one of the things he said to the security guard was, "What do you want me to do? Where do you want me to go?" And while I realize in the last 5 or 10 years we've made enormous progress on dealing with the homeless, this is just one example of why we're not there now yet, and we've still got a ways to go. This guy had no idea where to find a better place than next to a planter in front of a restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? See nobody else in chamber? Somebody else is coming forward, okay? We got 2 people coming forward. Thank you for joining us.
My name is Sofia Cortez, and I was here August 22nd in front of you all regarding identity theft with the Monterey County Jail and myself. I have given the clerk here copies that the judge, Honorable Judge Burleson, amended it. I went to court on July 21st, and he granted my motion for factual innocence. September 12th, he amended it. Factual innocence and issuance of certificate of identity theft. And that is saying that the Monterey County Jail stole my identity. This Friday, if I don't hear from anybody, any county council, I will be filing with the United States District Court, demanding a jury trial for my complaints of damages with the 14th Amendment, malicious prosecution, Fourth Amendment violation, policies, customs, practice causing constitutional violations. This will be filed this Friday if I don't hear from anybody. I'm not asking for anything but what I lost financially. You guys, this has been a problem ongoing with me. I will be calling Mr. Alejo as witness, Tina Nieto, the Marina police that were the arresting agency, all the deputies, the district attorneys that knew my name was slandered and my name was put out, and I lost my business. I still may lose my career if this isn't taken off of the DOJ. So you all have my phone number on this copy. Thank you to those who have reached out, whether it was their aides or calling somebody that I may have known. I greatly appreciate that. But I would appreciate if I'm given back what I lost out on due to the negligence of Monterey County Jail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to the next person, please.
Good morning. I'm Charles Limbach. I'm a physician at the Monterey County Health Department Clinic in East Salinas. I'm here to represent myself, not the health department. And I'm here because I take care of a lot of field workers. And I've heard over and over again this summer from the people that work in the strawberries that the season is very bad. And they're usually high season in August, and they're telling me they're going in at 7 o'clock and coming home before noon, and usually they're working 10 hours a day at that time. To me, this translates to possibility of people not having enough to make ends meet this winter, and I'd like to call this to the board's attention, and perhaps you could research this a little more, see if it is a problem, how bad a problem it is, and perhaps try to do something to mitigate it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in chambers? See no one else, we'll go to those on Zoom.
Phone number ending in 705.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Lorna Moffett, and an act of ecological terrorism has been committed by Glenn Church and all of you for allowing 200 old-growth eucalyptus trees to be cut down at Elkhorn Slough without a legal public hearing. It was an act of ecological terrorism because, believe it or not, Supervisors, we are in a climate catastrophe emergency around the world. And those 200 eucalyptus trees and all trees are our saviors in this right now. And here is why. That grove, each tree absorbed 1 ton of CO2 a year, 260 pounds of oxygen a year, and cleaned up the passing car pollution, which has now been found to be a significant cause of Alzheimer's and dementia in children and adults. That's 200 tons of CO2 a year now gone, 52,000 pounds of oxygen a year now gone. And by the way, eucalyptus trees are one of the largest emitters of oxygen producers, and they kept the area cool and damp during their transpiration, which comes in the form of dew in the morning. Now all that's gone. Please do not continue to allow Glenn Church to influence you to cut down these magnificent trees in our climate catastrophe emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next person.
Phone number ending 837.
Phone number 837, you're up. You gonna unmute yourself? You have to press *6 on your phone.
Hi, Brian Rosen here. I'm deeply shocked by the eucalyptus trees being cut down without adequate public hearing, without the legal requirement. The Native Plant Society has been very much the cause of cutting down thousands of non-native trees nationwide, but they have been influenced by the chemical giants that insist these toxic herbicides must be used in the mega destructive tree removal projects. Leroy Jackson, co-founder of the California Exotic Pest Plant Council and public relations man for Monsanto at the same time, went to the well, meaning garden clubs. Native Plant Societies, national forests and parks lobbied Congress for spray money and educated them about invasive plants and how to remove them and using Roundup and toxic poisons, which they make a lot of money off of, which now carry in our blood. 55% of the plants in the U.S. are non-native, and they want to remove all of them with their poisons. It's gotten out of control. People trust these chemical companies with their lives and believe it kills plants but not humans. But do your research. Educate yourselves. Read the book, A Forced Journey by John Perlin. So understand what you're doing to our area and our trees, native and non-native. So next time such a project comes along, you'll understand and know the truth. The children and your citizens, you owe it to them. Alcohol school has been deeply violated, and so-called botanists did studies on the area beforehand and will not go out and test the blood of the creatures these toxic sprays will affect, not the birds or insects or red-legged frogs. And since they are pro the cutting of these trees, their reports are biased. They will deny it affects anything. Money. It's all about making money. The big chemical company profits. Denial makes everything so pretty. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So please be aware these sprays are very, very toxic. They affect the whole ecosystem. They last a long time, despite what Monsanto says. Roundup seriously degrades the soil. And Denmark has banned Roundup. They found it in the groundwater.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Gwen DeAmro.
I thank you so much. This will be a gentle call. Hello, can you hear me?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, this will be a gentle call. My name is Gwen DeAmaro. Good morning, and thank you all for your services. We really do appreciate it. While I was not able to participate on the previous September 12, 2023 meeting where the Board of Supervisors approved the appeal for the Whistler project along the Highway 1 corridor, I was CC'd an email recently that was sent to County Council, the planners, and each of you. While you may not have had a chance to review that yet, I do hope as a constituent that we can have a reply regarding Dr. Glenn Berry's letter and the points that he raised. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you very much. Next person.
Number 224-397-747.
Hello.
Yes. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Adrienne Berry, and I would like to ask legal counsel to comment on the letter from Glenn Berry sent on September 16th, 2023, about the salient points on the Whistler appeal.
Yeah. If you could finish your comments, we don't do back and forth with County Council on an item that's not on today's agenda.
I would just like that to be addressed during the Board of Supervisors meeting of the letter that was sent to each supervisor and to the legal counsel. Will that be addressed?
No, not today. This is for public comment for items not on today's agenda. You can speak to your concerns, but it's not agendized, so we will not speak or respond to your questions today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. But we'll make sure that it was received by our county council. Thank you. Next person, please.
Yes, Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Hi, I just wanted to comment on the 200 eucalyptus trees being cut down was not environmental terrorism, especially not by Glen Church individually. As a matter of fact, eucalyptus are one of the fastest growing trees out there. And then on another note, I'm an elected position, a trustee for a school district, and I don't appreciate being blocked by Luis Lejo on every one of his social media sites. I'd like to see the information that he puts out there. I'd like to see the information that is available to all the public, and it's very offensive to me. I respect a person in my community that knows some of these people that are sitting there on that bench and sitting in the county with jobs related. And it's very unfortunate that Mr. Alejo has blocked so many people. In fact, many people from Pajaro, from Watsonville, just because he doesn't like what they have to say. Even if it's nice or rude, he should not block people from official accounts. And that would be it.
Thank you. Next person, please. Seeing no one else, we'll close public comments. Thank you very much. And we have several items on our scheduled agenda, but because we have several members of the public here, I'm going to rearrange priority here. I'm going to go to item number 15 first, as other presentations are by our county staff, and this will allow some of these folks here to be able to go home sooner. So we're going to go to item 15, the Rosiel Gert and Powell Tracy TRS. Public hearing to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny administrative permit for transient use of an existing residential property for remuneration, commonly known as a short-term rental. And the address of this is at 282 Corral Tierra, Salinas. And we'll wait for our staff to set up their presentations. And we're going to hear from the presentation, then we're going to go to the applicant, and then we'll hear from the appellants, and we'll give equal time of 10 minutes each side.
Sorry about that. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Phil Angelo, and I'll be giving staff's report on the Rosiel project, PLN 220054. The project is to allow transient use of a residential property for remuneration or a short-term rental. And this is an aerial photo of the site and some photos of the site and down the shared access driveway. Title 21, Section 21.64.280 permits transient use of residential property subject to an administrative permit. The applicant submitted an operations plan which demonstrates consistency with the regulations in this section of the municipal code. Staff are recommending a condition to limit the use to 3 years to ensure adequate ongoing review of the transient use, after which the applicant would need to apply for an extension, similar to other recently approved short-term rental projects. The subsection D.2.G of the transient use for remuneration regulations is on the screen. In summary, it states that the transient use can't be approved if it violates any applicable conditions, covenants, or other restrictions on real property. And if a homeowners association objects to the issuance of the permit, it can't be approved unless that objection is withdrawn or it's otherwise overturned by a court, arbitrator, or other entity. This application was originally scheduled for an administrative hearing and was referred to the Planning Commission. At the April 12th Planning Commission hearing, members of the Meadowlark Association and the Alta Tierra Association objected to the issuance of the permit, and the Planning Commission continued the matter to May 31st. It was determined that the property wasn't within the Meadowlark Association, but was within the Alta Tierra Association. The Alta Tierra Association was created to manage the shared roadway and mutual water system that serves the property through a recorded road and water agreement that runs with the land. And they produced records demonstrating that they met regularly and expended funds to maintain these facilities. With this, it was believed that the property was within a homeowners association, and the Planning Commission denied the permit on that basis on May 31st. The applicant subsequently appealed the Planning Commission's decision on June 16th. The Altitude Association objected to the permit on the basis that the use of water was for a use other than domestic, making it not allowable under their shared road and water agreement. On further investigation into the Davis-Sterling Common Interest Development Act, while the road and water agreement did create an association, the association wouldn't fit the definition of a homeowners association under state law. This gets somewhat technical, but to be a planned development and then therefore have a homeowners association, it requires that there be a distinct common area that's separate from each of the individual properties, or if there isn't a common area and it's all reciprocal easements, that the association have the power to levy assessments that become liens on the individual owner's properties. And neither of those are present in this case. So the requirement in our code that the application automatically not be approved because of a homeowners association objection isn't triggered in this case. The appeal contends that the Alta Tierra Association is not a homeowners association. Staff agree with this contention. However, the question regarding water use raises a substantive dispute between private properties and a question as to whether the use would violate any covenants on or conditions on real property. Conceptually similar to our proof of access requirements, staff are recommending a specific condition that requires the applicant to demonstrate that they have the right to use the mutual water system for the transient use prior to commencement of the use. And this could be in the form of permission from the association, a decision of a court or arbitrator, or similar other entity. And this prevents the county from weighing in on a recorded agreement between private parties and potentially approving a permit that would violate a condition on real property. The applicant also contends that the Alta Tierra Association are acting beyond their authority. This is a civil matter between the private properties. Finally, the appeal contends that the duration of the permit was shortened from in perpetuity to a 7-year period to a 3-year period. All land use entitlements run with the land. However, a time limitation condition has recently been applied to all short-term rental permits, which has been 3 years. Staff are recommending the 3-year time limitation condition consistent with other transient use for remuneration permits. There was one exception to this. I can pull up the PLN number. It was approved in May for a 7-year period, but that was in a visitor serving commercial zone. So many of the concerns regarding consistency with the residential area weren't applicable in that case. Therefore, staff are recommending that the board grant the appeal, find the project categorically exempt from CEQA, and approve the administrative permit to allow transient use of the property with the mentioned 3-year duration condition and the condition that the applicant demonstrate they have the right to use the water prior to commencement of the use. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, we'll go to questions by the board first. See no questions, and we could hear from the public. Let's go to the appellant first, applicant, appellant. They're the same persons in this case.
So I have to be quick.
We won't start your time until you're set up.
Okay.
10 minutes. Okay.
This is not showing up. Oh. Yes, very much so. All right, let me go quickly then. So I want to start with a few minutes of history because it actually does apply. Our attorney is going to talk in a little bit about the actual draft here, but I think some history is important. So so we applied for the permit. It was complete in March 2023. We did the first hearing, as Phil is saying, and then we did a second hearing where the Alta Tierra Association claimed to be an HOA, right? And then based on that, the permit was denied. I want to make a statement that, in this process, which is now the third hearing, right, the Planning Office and the Planning Commission really have taken extraordinary steps to basically deny me my permit, right? They gave the Alta Tierra Association the right to object by wrongly defining them to be an HOA. And when I say wrongly, they already admitted it was wrong because they withdrew it. They gave the Alta Tierra Association a reason to object by wrongly redefining the use of domestic water, which they also already have to withdraw. And now in this latest proposal, they also wrongly reinterpret this section, 21, this HOA section. So let me go quickly about the water. The water agreement just stipulates that, everybody that's part of the agreement can use the water for domestic use, right? Domestic use is clearly defined in California law as a, I'm going to skip a few slides because I don't have too much time, but it's clearly defined as, water use for human consumption. It does include, hotels, resorts, restaurants. It's a very clear definition of domestic water use. The county last time, the planning office tried to completely redefine domestic water use. They basically tied domestic water use to the concept of a family, and on top of that, they declared that short-term rental was commercial water use. There is no definition of commercial water use. It does not exist. Commercial is a zoning definition. If you look at the California law, there is no commercial water use. If you look at the red, if you actually were to look at the tapes of the Planning Commission hearing, they actually were they thought that this redefinition of domestic water use was so egregious that they actually struck it from the record. They actually did not want it to be part of the record because they thought people might actually abuse that statement for their own purposes. So, let me go. Also, on top of that,
You're on 6 minutes, sir. So if your attorney's going to speak, you need to share some time with him.
Okay, I'll go quicker then. Okay, then the second thing is actually quite simple, right? The only legal agreement, the only legal document related to the Alta Tierra Association is these 3 pages that were written in 1963, which is basically a water sharing agreement. That's the only legal document that exists, right? And the Planning Commission decided that that's enough to define an HOA, and that meets the Sterling Davis requirements. That is egregious. That is completely wrong, right? So, by the way, by now they also have withdrawn that statement, and now they agree that Alta Tierra is not an HOA. I'll skip this, and now I'll hand it over to Melissa, who's our attorney, who's going to actually talk to the facts of the draft. Hey, Melissa?
You're almost out of time. We're at what time? 5 minutes.
5
okay.
minutes.
So there's 3 more minutes, she has.
Melissa?
Hello, this is Melissa Balo. Can you hear me? I'm
Yes.
right here. I'll go quickly.
Thank you.
We are pleased with the decision of the planning staff to grant the permit. We would object to the imposition of condition 9, requiring applicants to prove that they have the right to use the water. Staff has determined that the ATA is not an HOA, but they've still put applicants in the position of bearing the burden to overcome an HOA objection. It's the same standard that they now have to go to court and prove it without the protections of the Davis-Sterling statutory regime. The ATA, by the terms of the water agreement, does not have the authority to object to anything. The county has stated this is a civil matter between parties and it should stay as such, and the county should not insert itself by declaring a substantive disagreement. This is inserting the county into a contractual dispute. The finding that there's a substantive dispute is incorrect. They either have standing to object or they do not as an HOA. The burden should be on the ATA to prove that applicants are not able to use the water for a transient use. The applicants have been put through the ringer on this, having to appeal a clearly erroneous decision by the Planning Commission and enduring multiple hearings on this. Imposing this condition because of a tortured interpretation of an ordinance on this particular record would be an abuse of discretion. Thank you.
Thank you. How much more time is what's left? Okay, do you want to speak another minute, 42 seconds? That's total. We're going to save you 2 for rebuttal.
We'd like to save for rebuttal.
Okay, we'll save the rest of the time for rebuttal. Perfect. Okay. Now we'll allow the opponents to come speak for 10 minutes if there's a prepared presentation, or we could just allow public comments for 2 minutes each. Okay. All right. So there's no formal presentation to rebut this. Okay. We'll allow you to be that person. And then we'll go to the members of the public and allow the 2 minutes.
Briefly, thank you, Mike Weaver, longtime Toro area resident. My brother's in the hospital in ICU, so I just want to be brief, and then I'll probably leave. Long-term resident, Mart Evans, on the Planning Commission forever, Monterey County, chair of the Planning Commission. She and her husband, Ed, built a house up in Alta Tierra. She referred to it as a homeowners association. She was very proud of all her neighbors and would attend the meetings. As you probably know, and I may need to, the Toro Area Land Use Advisory Committee, when they were presented with the idea of short-term rentals in the Toro area, found them to be incompatible with the Toro area for various reasons. It's in the record. And of course, the Planning Commission turned this down. So please vote no. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to other members of the public. Those in chambers first, and then we'll go to those online. Yes, please come forward. And to save time, we could sit closer. It's all way we could keep going through each of the speakers. Oh, you do? Yes, and we have a screen there up in front where you can put any documents that will project. Okay, Alex is going to show it. Okay, perfect. Thank you. No, right here in the podium. From the podium. Yes.
Okay. This one?
That's somebody else's. Okay. Staff will have it. They'll put it on the
There
screen for you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Tamara Hennessy.
We'll get it 10 minutes.
I live at 294 Corral de Tierra. The map you see up on the screen is a Corral de Tierra Road is up at the top. This is the road, the darker road that the applicant's house for his STR is in the green, and it just shows the distance from Corral de Tierra all the way to get to his short-term rental. And to get there, you have to go, by all except the Meadowlark Association, you have to go by 9 pieces or 7 pieces of property to get to it. So I could have the next visual.
Next slide.
Down in the lower left.
Will you have to be able to show it later? Okay. Okay, perfect.
Okay, then
Maybe
I'll,
move on to any other slides you may have?
that's it.
Oh, is it?
It was just,
Any other comments as part of the presentation? Then we can get to that video when we get that figured out.
Good morning. My name is Scott Hennessy. I live at 294 Corral de Tierra. I will let our attorney speak to the HOA legitimacy issue, but I will state that our HOA since its inception in 1963 has spent substantial amount of members' money in the last 20 years, expended over $150,000 of members' dues in maintaining the development infrastructure and doing fire protection work. The current STR code allows STR use where adequate infrastructure is present and where residential zoning can be protected. From my perspective, as a former county planning commission and the former director of the county planning department, I believe the resolution and conditions of approval as written are a complex attempt to shoehorn in an STR application in an inappropriate location where it does not fit. Placing the equivalent of a 5-room hotel at the end of a single lane private road with blind corners and limited sight visibility in a community serviced by a private well in an overdrafted groundwater basin is not good planning. The commercial use in a residentially zoned area will bring in a substantial amount of new traffic and water use by visitors not familiar with the road and water constraints. This is a high-risk fire area, and we are concerned visitors may be careless. We are a quiet neighborhood of retired and working families, and an SDR would significantly change the nature of our community. 11 of the 12 property owners serviced by this single-lane road have voted against this use. Please respect the tax-paying residents' zoning rights and do not succumb to the commercial desire of an absentee landlord. This is not the appropriate location for an SDR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, how much time is there left?
How many people in the audience are here in opposition to this? Raise your hands, please. Thank you.
Thank you. How much time left? Left? Okay. We have 6 minutes, 49 seconds left. The video is up. If you want to play the video now.
In 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's afterwards.
Oh,
Yes.
why don't-
This is the first. This is the official presentation. You're allowed 10 minutes, and then we go to members of the public.
okay.
Okay.
This is the very beginning of the private road that services the area. And it's a spur off of Corral de Tierra. And it is a single lane road. And we will, there we go. You'll first come around and you will go over a single lane bridge that obviously only one car can go over at a time. And then you'll notice that the road is continually narrow. It's all a one-way road all the way up. There's some slight turns. This is a slight turn. There's a large oak tree on the left that a number of people have hit. And then we keep going, and we're going up a rise right now. The road has some very small turnoffs, but you cannot get off the road completely. So everybody has to be very courteous and aware of oncoming traffic. We're still going up. And up here on the right, you will see a spur road that goes off to the Meadowlark Association, which houses 3 houses. And we continue to the left. And the incline gradually gets steeper. And you can see the road up ahead gets even more steep. So you're passing one house on the right, one house on the left. Up here, another house on the right, another house on the left. We have speed bumps to try and keep people reasonably going up and down, particularly delivery trucks and that type of thing. And then there's a house on the right, house on the left, and then you will be banking to the right. We have put up mirrors for safety, so people can use those to see around this corner. still going up. We have deer, so we have deer signs. And we're still going up. Single lane, and we have another mirror up here on the right to help with this left-hand turn, which is a bit of a blind turn, and continues up. Narrow road, the STR property is coming up. It's basically at the end of the road. And it is on your right by that gate, to the right. You have to turn around up here. There's no other way out. And so anybody coming up to that STR has to go by all of the properties except these two top properties, going to the property and back down to Corral de Tierra. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. You're the attorney, okay? How much time we have left? 3 minutes, 7 seconds.
Oh, perfect. My name is David Balch. I'm the attorney for the association. Thank you for hearing this matter today. Couple of issues that I wanted to bring to your attention. I understand the balancing act that staff tried to do with the condition number 9, and whether it's an HOA or not, still requiring there to be an agreement on the water use, which I think makes perfect sense. I wouldn't go about it that way. I would follow what the Planning Commission did, but if the board is inclined to approve with conditions, then requiring proof of water through that process makes a lot of sense to me. Couple of items. One is at the Planning Commission, Commissioner Deal mentioned that in the past, Monterey County has not defined homeowners associations by use of the Davis-Sterling Act. She mentioned she was party to, or she was a commissioner for a case where Pebble Beach had an entity, an association that was a quasi-HOA, might not have technically met the requirements of the Davis-Sterling Act, but nonetheless, this county treated it as an HOA for purposes of its county provisions. So the question is, why is the county willing to use that type of analysis for Pebble Beach, but not for Corral de Tierra? And I think it creates an equal protection problem, and it would make a decision arbitrary and capricious unless there was actually a statement by this board as to why a quasi-association was treated as an HOA in one instance, but not in this instance. Secondly, it's very important to note that this is not just a bunch of private owners who have a road and have a well. This is actually part of a subdivision. The initial agreement came about as the subdivision of property where new owners were coming in and they wanted to decide how to handle water and how to handle the roads. Under the Davis-Sterling Act, under Section 4175A, so long as there's a common area that there are levies and assessments for, that's considered a common development. Now, people have said that in this agreement, there's no common assessments. However, in the very beginning, it says that the association will meet for the purpose of establishing charges for water and the maintenance of the roadway. And they do have annual assessments. And then under 4175, those can get levied upon. Under 4095, a common development can be a road with mutual easements, so long as there are assessments. So I would assert that that issue has not really been fully fleshed out yet. But if the county is not going to look at that issue, at the very least, the condition that requires resolution of the water issue before any permit goes into effect would be required. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. How much time was it? That was time. Okay, perfect timing. Okay, let's go to members of the public to comment on either side of this issue. Just come up to the mic and then we will allow the applicant appellant his remaining 3 minutes for any rebuttal. after everyone has spoken. We'll put 2 minutes on.
Good morning. My name is Paula Taylor, and I'm the president of our HOA, the Alta Tierra Association in our residential neighborhood. Our HOA is well established. It was started back in 1963, have you all heard. We have regular meetings, we collect yearly dues, and share all the costs of road maintenance, water issues, etc. We've always operated as a very functional association. I am here representing our entire neighborhood as to why this STR should not be approved due to the negative impact it will have on our residents in our single-family dwelling homes. My late husband, Jeff Taylor, and I have lived in our home in Corral de Tierra for 28 years. We raised our children here. We picked this area for safety, peacefulness, and privacy. It's been a safe location, free of visitors, because all our neighbors live in their homes as opposed to commercializing their property. We are on a private road that's very steep and narrow, as you saw. You have to pull over when you meet other cars going up or down. There are 4 to 5 blind spots that are dangerous if you don't know the road. Having visitors who will drive too fast and aren't familiar with our private road will cause unsafe situations, as we have elderly people who walk, dog walkers, bikers, horseback riders, and children. 10 people a night or more is not conducive with too many cars driving on the steepness and narrowness. It's very dark here at night as well. The water. The sub-basin is already overdrafted. Our well water is for the residents who live here, not to be used as commercialized for visitors who do not. This is not acceptable. The owner applicant doesn't live in his home. Fires. Fires are a big issue here as we are in a very rural area, lots of oak trees and fields. Fireplaces and cigarettes, having visitors who party will be careless with matches, fireplaces, and cigarettes outside, not to mention the noise and disturbances that it causes. Traffic. Our road's called private for a reason. Having an STR with visitors is inappropriate here to the safety, privacy, and peacefulness that we all appreciate as permanent residents of our neighborhood. On behalf of our entire neighborhood, I want to respectfully ask you to not approve this permit due to the negative impact it will have that has been explained and proven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. So go to the next person. Anyone else? All right. This is a chance to do it.
Hi, my name's Cass Annell, and I've lived in Corral my entire life, and I've been up and down the road of the Taylors as our kids are best friends for 28 years. And let me tell you, there have been some very scary incidents with drivers, delivery drivers, and with guests in the area. I want to bring to your attention the short-term rental that happened up in Orinda. You know, they had just short-term rental, they rented out their house, and a young person was killed. They are still 4.5 years later, still trying to take care of the victim and whatnot that happened in that. And my biggest concern is it's fire, it's a real fire danger. And we, in Corral de Tierra, we don't have an alarm system. And parties go on late at night, and you have 9 homes or 8 homes below this property that are in quite a bit of danger. And anyone that knows, we have one sheriff in the area that can come and deal with things if there's a problem. And I would just think that our county wants to be known for positive things that are happening here, not negative things that we can take care of prior to a real crisis. So I think everyone has rights, but I think this area is definitely the wrong area to have a short-term property that turns into parties. We all know we were all young at one point, and it's very hidden and out of sight, out of mind. So thank you for considering the danger that this would cause all the neighbors and people throughout all of Corral de Tierra. There is no way out. You know, it's a loop, and if anything happens, people don't have a way out in time to save their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else? Last call. Anyone online?
Yes.
Yes, no, we have one more person in chambers, and then we'll go to those online.
Good morning. My name is Gay O'Connor. My husband Bill and I lived at 278 Corral de Tierra Road. We're members of the Alta Tierra HOA. For nearly 20 years, I sold my home a year and a half ago after my husband's death. I just have to add my voice just to express my concerns about the utter unsuitability for this place to be a short-term rental. Inaccessible, water issues, noise issues. I am simply amazed that this could have gone on for so long. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing one more person. If there's any other speakers in chambers, if you could kind of sit towards the front so we could go through this more quickly.
Hello, my name is Karen Hofford, and I am a Corral de Tierra resident.
Yes, you want to use that mic up on the podium?
This
So, yeah,
one?
there you go.
Okay. Again, my name is Karen Hofford. I'm a Corral de Tierra resident, and I am speaking on behalf of another individual, Nikki Neneff. So I'm going to read her email. I urge the Board of Supervisors to support the Planning Commission ruling to deny a permit for STR 282 Corral de Tierra Road. Please deny the appeal of the Planning Commission decision. The 6-bedroom home at 282 Corral de Tierra Road, proposed in STR, is situated near the top of a very narrow, very steep private road that will be burdened by traffic related to a 10-person maximum daily occupancy. This could be up to 10 additional cars or more, making numerous trips up and down the narrow, steep driveway on a daily basis. Number 2, there is no mechanism to enforce the maximum daily occupancy numbers. An STR situated 3 houses away from my property in a similar, rural residential neighborhood with private roads and groundwater overdraft concerns regularly had groups of 20 or more people in our neighborhood staying there. Noise, trash, crowded roads was a continual issue. Number 3, the 6-bedroom home proposed as an STR is serviced by a private water company in an area with groundwater overdraft concerns. Water use in the STR will be unregulated, unacceptable. Housing is an ongoing issue, as we all are aware in Monterey County, and our local citizens need places to live. STRs remove housing opportunities from the pool of housing units available to the people of Salinas and of Monterey County. A short-term rental at 282 Corral de Tierra Road is not appropriate, and a permit was denied by the Monterey County Planning Commission. I urge you to please uphold the Planning Commission's decision and deny the appeal of the ruling for this inappropriate land use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. See, one more person.
Hi, my name is Mike Cohen. I've lived at Alta Tierra Association since 1975. I've attended HOA meetings for the last 25 years. I have an 11-year-old daughter that lives on the road, walks it daily to go visit the neighbor's horses. It's a nice private road. I feel safe with the community. I know everybody. I have an elderly mom that just moved back 2 years ago, has a stroke. She likes to walk the road. This would definitely, to my opinion, change my place where I live. It's not an appropriate place for a short-term rental. I've been there for 50 years and it would definitely change how it is. It's not a place that's appropriate for a short-term rental, in my opinion. With my family there, I wouldn't want to live there with the short-term rentals. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Anyone else in chambers? Okay, we'll go to Zoom. If anybody changes their mind, we'll do one last call.
Gwen DeAmril.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I feel strongly about this. I think the land use plan and water use consumption, when its uses just changed from domestic to commercial, should definitely be taken into account on this appeal. All applicants, when applying or appealing a decision regarding a short-term rental, should be scrutinized. Homeowners really want to live in their neighborhoods or planned subdivisions, not a commercial zone or a hotel. I urge you to allow county staff the opportunity to complete their short-term rental ordinance and also improve on code enforcement before consideration of any approvals for short-term rentals in our county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go to the next person.
Number 224-397-747.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, this appears to be simply a zoning issue. And if the county believes that the Planning Commission had incorrect information, send it back to the Planning Commission to look at over again. There are a large number of highly qualified individuals on the Planning Commission. If new information has come to light, then the case should be sent back to them. Do not overrule and diminish their analysis and expertise.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next person.
Jennifer Wolf.
Ms. Wolf, unmute yourself. You can speak for 2 minutes.
Okay. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jennifer Wolf. My husband Greg and I live at 284 Corral de Tierra Road, directly below 282 Corral de Tierra Road. And I would just like to briefly mention that we are in agreement with our neighbors, Paula, the Hennessy's, the whole Alta Tierra HOA, that this STR should not be granted. One thing that I'd like to highlight is the misleading nature of this applicant's post regarding their home. They have posted it on VRBO and Lux Vacay as a Carmel Valley home, which is, it is not, it is in Corral de Tierra. And there's no mention in their post of the remoteness of the home, the winding road, the fact that the water's a well, the fact that all the homes are occupied by owners. Getting an Uber to or from the home can be difficult. A lot of the rental that they'd like to do are on big events, Car Week, Pebble Beach golf tournament, etc. And since we've been there, we've had trouble getting Ubers, or if we can even get an Uber back between like even Carmel Valley Village and back to the home. So I just would like to highlight that this applicant is really misleading in what they've done in terms of posting this home previously. And again, we agree with everything that our neighbors have raised, and please do not grant the applicant the permit to operate the STR. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last call for those on Zoom. If you could raise your hand to be recognized. But seeing no others, then we'll go to those. Anyone else in the chambers who would like to speak on this item before we close public comments? Seeing no one else, then we'll bring this back to first the applicant's attorney. I think there was just over 3 minutes left. And we'll give you that time to respond to any of the comments made, and then we'll go to any of our comments by our staff.
Hi, thank you again. This is Melissa Balo.
Melissa, are you going to do? Okay, Melissa will talk.
Okay.
So first, I would just like to address, I feel that there's a lot of sort of demonization of the applicants here in terms of absentee landlords and their carelessness. They are nothing of the sort. They spend 50% of their time at their home here and plan to retire here, and would use the rental income to offset improvements, including solar panels and energy efficiency. I believe that they are the only house in the neighborhood with a water meter themselves. They have cameras and noise monitoring. They do not allow parties. They do not allow any noise past 9 p.m. And the home would be professionally managed with a nearby property manager. And in terms of the road, I think the Alta Tierra Association has hit on the area within the remit. If the road is dangerous, then the Road and Water Association should definitely address that. And that's, in terms of subjecting the applicants to this portion of the ordinance, making them prove that they have the right to the water, that should not be their burden. That part of the ordinance is directed entirely towards HOA objections, which the planning staff has found that the ATA is not. It appears that the ATA still claims that they are an HOA, which is troubling considering they followed none of the laws regarding HOAs in terms of disclosures, budgets, insurance. it would be manifestly unfair to impose this condition on applicants. And here, you can take the rest.
So yeah, I actually agree with Melissa. I think this is a pretty a little bit of an unfair hearing because I have big presentations about what we do with the rental, but I don't get a chance to present them. I think there's a lot of falsehoods being mentioned, and I just don't have the time. I would need like half an hour to present, show you pictures. I mean, you can see the application online. Actually, it's a very it's a very nice house. We did rent it a little bit, but then we stopped because but during that time it's professionally managed. There is no parties, there's noise monitors, there's fire hydrants all over the house. There is rules, and we have had no complaints. So it's very hard for me to defend against this onslaught of what I believe are falsehoods, right? And then back to the road. It's a road like many roads in this county. All the roads are like that. There's nothing, it's not a single road. There is some narrower sections, but it's not a single road. Many places you can pull out. And moreover, as Melissa says, it's the Alta Tierra Association's responsibility to make the road safe. There's actually a 60-foot easement for the road. So the fact that the road is one lane is because people haven't followed the rules. 60-foot easement is enough to have a 2-lane road, but they haven't done it. And now they complain that the road is too narrow. It is their responsibility to make a 2-lane safe road if they believe. I don't believe it's unsafe, but if they believe it's unsafe, they have a responsibility to fix it. Done? Okay, thank you. Yes, but there's also public comments. Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, just briefly, there's been a number of things said. The one thing I do want to address is the proposed condition on the proof of water. There is a provision of our zoning ordinance that starts with the transient use of residential property for remuneration shall not violate any conditions, covenants, or restrictions. It goes on to talk about permission from homeowners associations. That's different than the concept of having a shared easement or agreement for access or water. We do have a provision of the county code regarding private roads and shared access that talks about adding a condition. That is essentially the condition we're suggesting being added, so that the board and the county is not the final decision maker over the civil matter regarding the interpretation of the private agreement. And that's all I had to add.
Thank you then. One additional comment from staff.
Yes, Robert Breyer, Deputy County Counsel. I just wanted to address a couple of things. First, to add on to what Mr. Spencer said, and to respond specifically to the comment that allowing this condition essentially treats the Alta Tierra Association as an HOA, I would just point out that the agreement is a water use agreement. The objection is as to water use. And as Mr. Spencer pointed out, the first sentence of the county code section at issue prohibits violations of any conditions, covenants, etc., which are not necessarily just limited to homeowners associations. Secondly, there was a comment earlier by the applicant about domestic water use and the Planning Commission. I was at that hearing, and I just want to clarify, the staff report and resolution that were drafted included information about that issue. However, that issue was not relevant to the decision for the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission expressed their concern that taking a position on that question would be something that could be a problem later for the county, and asked it to be stricken so there would be no confusion, as sometimes folks in the public use staff reports as evidence of a county position even when they are technically not. Additionally, I want to address two more things quickly. First, there was a question about the beach and the Pebble Beach Association being treated as an HOA. I happened to look into that quite a bit. I wasn't here when it happened, but it's quite a unique situation. Pebble Beach has a large network of private roads that it owns. They do have covenants and conditions and restrictions like a homeowners association. I've frankly never seen quite their situation. We looked at it as a possible analog, but it doesn't seem like it would apply here. Finally, Opponents Council talked about the civil code and the levy assessments. I won't get into the details about it, but the section that was cited, California Civil Code 4175 from Davis Sterling B, does talk about the right to levy assessments, but it says that it has to be an association that has a common area. And again, the issue here is there is no common area created by the water and road agreement. It's an agreement, there are dues, but there's no third area that everyone has common title to, which is the key characteristic of a common area under Davis Sterling. Thank you.
Thank you for those additional comments, Deputy County Counsel. So now I'm going to bring this back for questions, comments from our colleagues on this matter before us. And I see Supervisor Askew's hand is raised.
Thank you. So just start off by saying this is the second STR that we've had come to us having gone through the Planning Commission. And I just think it's really unfair to everyone involved, to our staff, to applicants, to neighbors, that we don't yet have our clear STR ordinance in place that allows everyone to know what the rules are so that we can all be on the same page. So just again, reiterate that I look forward to having that continue to be expedited so that we can be really clear and consistent about what our expectations are. I appreciate the testimony we've heard today. I appreciate reading the communication that's come into the board on this particular issue. Given everything that I've heard, I think irregardless of the issues raised about, homeowners association, not a homeowners association, issues about definitions around water and what the definitions of water are. There's, as I've been taking my notes, I've heard some clear and substantial evidence presented that speaks to the negative impact that an STR in this particular location would have. Our county code speaks to, issues of applicable area plans, master plans, specific plans, site suitability, environmental issues, and variances where applicable. And what I heard today speaks and have read in communication speaks to very clearly issues of site suitability and environmental concerns associated with this particular location. So given that, and I could, I've got a list here of what I've, things around incompatible use with the Toro land use area, fire risk in this particular neighborhood, infrastructure concerns and issues, egress, traffic, evacuation issues, site suitability. Someone mentioned litter. There were a number of things that were referenced today that were clear and separate from the areas where I'm not interested in getting into the middle of neighbor disputes. But I think given all of that, we'll have conversation here, but I'd like to make a motion to deny the appeal based on substantial evidence in the record of negative impacts of a short-term rental in this location.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Yes, Supervisor Adams, and you would like to speak on your second to it?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have some prepared remarks that may not be necessary, but I'd like to go ahead and make my comments anyway. And I know that the Planning Commission's denial was in part based on the Alta Tierra Association being a, quote, recognized homeowners association, and that the staff's current interpretation is that Alta Tierra Association is not recognized as an HOA. I think, fine. However, we've heard from the residents that the Alta Tierra Association certainly functions as an HOA with officers, annual membership dues, and twice-a-year meetings. The group also has documentation of receipts just indicating the neighborhood sharing of the cost of maintaining that narrow, steep, private rural road. So I'll just put that aside. But following on with my colleagues' concerns, the impact of traffic and safety is very important here. the concerns about fire and fire vehicles being able to access the homes. It makes complete sense to me that the folks would be concerned about those issues looking at the road. And we had a very good look at the road. I thank you very much for the video. I got a little car sick. It was so realistic. But I think the noise impact is an additional concern, and the experience that we've had in our county with short-term rentals in neighborhoods, I see it all over District 5, is just continuous. You know, people's lives and their peacefulness has been destroyed, and often because of the noises. However, to me, one of the primary concerns is the limited water in a subbasin that is already seriously overdrafted. I looked at the advertisement. It indicates that it sleeps 10 people, far more people than an average home would number, and therefore far more water use than would be normally done. I think it's been clear that the people who live in this neighborhood are very aware. You're savvy people, and you're very aware of the problems that we have with water throughout our entire county. And my expectation is that you are already actively conserving water use. I am conscious as well of the amount of traffic that a short-term rental generates beyond the people, beyond the guests who are coming in. There would be daily people coming in, a property manager, their house cleaners, their gardeners, their people who do a lot of work at a home that is a hotel. And I think that would be a problem. But primarily after just listening to the public testimony and the written comments that we've had, I think there is substantial evidence in the record that shows the negative impact of a short-term rental at this location. And based on this evidence, I am happy to second Supervisor Askew's motion to deny the appeal and direct staff to return with the resolution of denial.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to Supervisor Church and Supervisor Lopez.
I want to try to unpack this HOA thing just a little bit. What I understand is the definition for HOA, it started with this Sterling Davis definition. Is that correct? And what year was that?
I couldn't speak to the year, but the homeowners association is not a term that's defined in the county code. So that's why that definition was used. I think Davis Sterling was enacted in the early 80s, I believe. I could be wrong about that.
So kind of looking at here is with this agreement with Alta Tierra was made in '63, and then here 20 years later, there's new definitions down. Whether or not this would have been viewed in the 1960s, as a homeowners association or something comparable to that, I guess is what I'm trying to understand. Because if that's the case, then later law, I'm sort of viewing this somewhat as a land use issue and legal non-conforming uses. And I know this is two different, apples and oranges a little bit here, but there is a standard practice that when some changes happen in laws, previous things that were approved do have some, continue some relevance. So, don't know if you have any thoughts on that or how that would, come into play.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. So when Davis Sterling was enacted, some of these issues were addressed expressly. For example, in the declaration, there was some dispute about whether the declaration of the Alta Tierra Association was correct, had all the requirements under Davis Sterling, but Davis Sterling expressly provides that any association created before its enactment basically is grandfathered in. So it did address existing associations, as there were many at that point, but I do think that the concept of common area is core to Davis Sterling, and so I would just say that this is a common association, it just doesn't fall under that definition. I don't think there was prior law before Davis Sterling, but Davis Sterling does expressly apply to associations created before its enactment.
What I'm understanding it is the common area came about with Davis Sterling, but it wasn't in place before then. So, and Davis Sterling does say previous HOAs could have been in existence. It just seems like this has a pathway to being an HOA, essentially.
Well, just to be clear, I'm not sure, and I don't want to represent that I know exactly the history of the definition of common area throughout the law before Davis Sterling. There certainly was law on homeowners association before Davis Sterling. So just to be clear on that, as far as the common area definition goes, as far as I can understand, it seems like the basic core idea behind an association, without getting into too many details, is that you need a managing structure for property that's held in common by all the members of the association, so that they are essentially their fiduciary duty to protect them and their interests. So I would have trouble believing that a common area wasn't a core prior to Davis Sterling, but I have not researched it and I wouldn't represent otherwise.
Thank you on that, what you're able to clarify. My position on this really is we need to have a short-term rental ordinance in effect, and this is a perfect case of this. I mean, the short-term rentals that have created problems in this county are ones with absentee landowners. You know, it's different from when the landowner is living on the site. It's different than if it's on a commercial or ag property where something is going on. And in my view, this is residential, and I myself can't support it, because I do think in the next few months we're going to have something. If I listened to what HCD has said last week, and I just can't go forward at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Supervisor Lopez.
All right, I can count. I think for me, the biggest issue is the water issue. And that to me made me comfortable with staff's recommendation, which was to go figure out that water issue and bring it back. But I can count to 3. I can see where this is going. I think my concerns are that there's a lot of opinions about what an STR ordinance would do. And I don't think we're going to agree when that STR ordinance comes. And there's going to be a lot of roads that, based on what I've heard today, would not qualify, like Carmel Valley Road, period, into my district, right, where that line gets crossed. There's areas where the road is not wide enough to, we're doing commercial activity, specifically harvesting grapes, in the coming weeks and months that will move along roads that are as narrow as this, if not narrower. And so I just think that some of the evidence that was put in today, I don't agree with, right? Litter on a road, I mean, that's assuming that somebody visiting is going to toss things out. That to me, that's not legit. And the water concern to me is the real one. Understanding what the impacts are to that private well, the size of the well, its ability to service. But I also have to say, we saw a video, and on that video, there was a lot of water use. I mean, a lot of really green lawns, a lot of non-native trees that are extremely thirsty. As somebody who's passionate about landscaping and really doing it right. I mean, come on, the evidence wasn't there for those pieces. I appreciate that, but I think we have to push back where truth is required. And so I hear the neighbors' concerns, but for me, based on our ordinance as it sits today, based on how we've approached these things, I think the sensible approach would be to figure out that water piece, because I do think it'll help define other issues in the future. So I think we're skipping over something that's going to lead to further issues in court for us in the future, just based on this setup. I would have preferred to have that ironed out, to know how that would impact us in the future, to have that clarification from the court so that we don't end up in that position in the future. I think that is a reasonable approach moving forward. But given where we are, again, I'm happy to vote along. With my concerns on the water, happy to go there, but I just needed to clarify some of those things for the record as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And I would say, first of all, the reason we have these public hearings is to let the public engage, especially the neighbors. The issue of STRs is a controversial one. And as all my colleagues pointed out, we're waiting for, it's been a long time, a long road to get to where we're at, but hopefully we get there soon. And I know our staff are dedicated to get this ordinance on STRs before us for action once and for all. And I would just say, some of the comments made by my colleagues, we know, because we end up also getting all the complaints and issues when there is an STR in a neighborhood. There's sometimes in some places that are better suited than others, and there's property owners that are more diligent and understanding of neighbors than others. But the complaints do come. You could have the perfect property owner who's not on site, and you might get many visitors, renters of that STR that are well behaved, but it only takes one or few that don't, they end up creating a lot of issues for that particular neighborhood. That's just our overall reality. It's been our experience here, and I think every county that has STRs struggles with similar issues. So we're not saying anything new here. These concerns are real. So it makes us look at every case that comes before us. It makes us look at the pertinent facts, the characteristics of the neighborhood, the concerns raised by the neighbors. Some STRs have been here for quite some time. Some are new applications like the one before us. So every applicant or appeal is going to be a little bit different than the others, and we take all this evidence into account. So then I also, last night, just went to our county code on this process, right, which is 21.64.280. It states administrative permits for transient use of a residential property for remuneration. And just in the very beginning, the declarations, the findings and declarations that start out that ordinance, already I just wanted to read it because most people don't read the ordinance itself, but it says, if not properly regulated, and this is talking about when we issue these administrative permits for these STRs, it says, if not properly regulated, such use of residential property may create adverse impacts on surrounding residential uses, including but not limited to increased levels of commercial and residential vehicle traffic, parking demand, light and glare, and noise detrimental to surrounding residential uses and general welfare of the county. Moreover, such use may increase demand for public services, including not limited to police, fire, medical, emergency, and neighborhood watch programs. And then on 6, the next paragraph, it says requiring administrative permits for such use of residential property enables the County of Monterey to address any adverse impacts of such use, is consistent with and declaratory of existing regulations under Title 21 and necessary to maintain the integrity of various zoning districts. I just wanted to put that because I just want to put in context. It's not just looking at the certain definitions in the Davis-Sterling Act or definitions of domestic versus commercial, but it's also looking at a lot of other factors that allow us to determine whether issuing an administrative permit in this particular neighborhood, in light of the concerns of the residents of the road, the narrowness of the road, the issues of water, and other concerns that are real, and it allows us to also factor those into our decision making here. So I'm going to support this motion on the table today. I know our county council, in light of a position that's different than what our staff is recommending, would have to be a motion of intent so that we could have our staff make the findings and be able to bring this back on another date. But I'll go to Deputy County Counsel just to provide clarity on that.
Thank you, Chair Alejo. You basically stated it. What I would recommend is that we continue the hearing to a date certain so staff can return with the appropriate resolution supporting the board's findings today. And I will note the public hearing is closed. Public comment is closed today, but staff would need to return with the supporting resolution. So if staff maybe wants to throw out a date, that'd be helpful.
And so when this comes back at a future date, we will not reopen public comment on it, right? It'll just bring it back for us to be able to take action with the findings that staff will prepare.
Correct, Chair.
Resolution of denial.
Resolution of denial.
Correct.
County staff, if you want to suggest a date for this to come back?
The 17th of October or the next?
October 24th.
24th. Let's go with October 24th.
Okay. We'll make that part of the motion by Supervisor Askew. You want to restate that motion, Supervisor Askew, just to get clarity on the intent, and that this will come back on October 24th for further action by the board.
And direct staff to.
So the motion to deny the appeal based on evidence, substantial evidence in the record of a negative impact of a short-term rental at this particular location.
And if we could add to if I might add to your motion as a second, and for staff to return with the resolution of denial on October 24th. Thank you.
And this is continuing the hearing to that date?
The hearing is closed, but staff will return on October 24th with the resolution supporting.
Perfect. All right. That's all clear. There's been that motion and the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Do you want to put the voting tally? Those against, please say nay. And motion carries 5-0. Go ahead.
She got your drift.
I think unanimous? Yeah, so we could just push the button that everyone voted. There you go.
Good. Good. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. We have come, it's already 12:30, so we're at lunch. We had 3 more items on the morning agenda. If it's okay with our staff that are here to come back at 1:30 and pick those items up. My apologies to staff who have been waiting patiently. All right. So we'll see everybody here in 1 hour, 1:30. Thank you. everyone. So we're going to try to get through this as quickly as we can, but we will start, we'll reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we'll start with calling the roll by our clerk.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly. And please be advised, the live captioning in today's meeting will not be displayed due to technical reasons. However, any user on Zoom can turn live captions on their own device.
And then we'll go to our announcement by our Spanish interpreter, Diego Silas.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, él es intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. También queremos avisarle que los subtítulos no están trabajando hoy acá, pero si ingresa a Zoom, puede generar los subtítulos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. Everyone, in the afternoon agenda, we have items 16 and 17, but we trailed some items for the morning, so we're going to go back to those. We're going to go back to item number 12 and to receive a report on the implementation of AB 626 in regards to microenterprise home kitchen operations. And here we have a presentation by Marnie Flagg, Health Program Coordinator, Armando Gonzalez, Consumer Health Protection Services Supervisor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Marnie Flagg, and I am the Health Program Coordinator for the Environmental Health Bureau. With me today is Armando Gonzalez, the Program Supervisor for the Environmental Health Consumer Health Protection Services Program, and Kyler Asato, a Senior Environmental Health Specialist. We are here today to provide an update on the implementation of Assembly Bill 626 as it pertains to the amendment of the Health and Safety Code, commencing with Chapter 11.6, Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operation, and Assembly Bill 377. We would also like to receive board guidance regarding the opt-in or opt-out requirement for the Micro Home Enterprise Kitchen Operations, also known as MICOs. Armando will now provide more information.
Thank you, Marnie, for the introduction. For a little background, effective January 1st, 2019, under AB 626, MICO laws were adopted into California Retail Food Code, Chapter 11.6. A MICO is defined as a food facility that is operated by a resident in a private home where food is stored, handled, prepared, and may be served to consumers on site. AB 626 allows for the operation of micro enterprise operations, or MICO, if the county approves the permitting of them by ordinance or resolution. Other operational notes to consider are, it is a food facility operated by a resident in a private home, no more than one employee in addition to family and household members. Food is prepared, cooked, and served on the same day, limited to 30 meals, individual meals per day, or 90 meals per week. This has recently been changed from 60. Direct sales only, so food can be consumed on site, picked up, or delivered. And no more than 100,000 in gross annual sales. This was recently changed from 50,000. The MICO permit will have an initial permit cost of $588, which is 2.5 hours. This includes documentation processing, application review, on-site inspection. Inspections will be conducted one time within a 12-month period. Inspectors must provide advance notice to be conducted on a mutually agreeable time and date with operator and inspector. Complaints. Complaints response allows for emergency investigational inspection. An enforcement agency has just cause to conduct an inspection when a complaint is received of adulterated or otherwise unsafe food has been produced and served at a MICO. This is a limited inspection when the enforcement agency has just caused that a MICO possesses a serious hazard or an immediate threat to public health. As stated, inspections are limited to once a year and by appointment rather than unannounced risk-based inspections. MICOs are exempt from the following food facility requirements: commercial restaurant cooking and refrigeration equipment requirements, dedicated hand washing facilities, commercial plumbing and sanitation requirements. Environmental health is not able to require any additional food safety requirements that are different from what's under AB 626. Only the lead agency may require a permit or charge a fee, regardless of whether the multiple agencies are involved in the review and approval process. The MECO concept is based on the community equity and empowerment. It supports the farm-to-table movement, prioritizes locally grown, produced, and sustainable foods. It opens economic opportunities that can provide for those that need them the most, often women, immigrants, and people of color. Addresses the high cost involved in opening and running a restaurant, including meeting all commercial cooking and refrigeration equipment requirements, construction standards, and sanitation requirements. By expanding access to food safety, best practices, and safety guidelines, we are giving the opportunity for private chefs, home caterers, food micro-entrepreneurs to participate as a permitted business and contribute to a healthy community. Currently, preparing and selling food from a home kitchen can be treated as a criminal act and may be punishable as a misdemeanor. Environmental Health has participated in multiple discussions with other county and city environmental health jurisdictions through food safety technical advisory committees to ensure consistency and implementation. We have also provided information to our local and county stakeholders through mass email. We will provide information and training at our annual food safety conference if the board directs to opt into the program. As of July 2023, the counties of Riverside, San Diego, Alameda, San Mateo, Santa Barbara, Imperial, Lake, and Solano, and the city of Berkeley are actively accepting MECO applications and issuing permits.
Thank you, Armando. Environmental Health now asks the board to provide guidance on if we opt in or opt out of this program. We also have our director, Rick Encarnacion, present, and he can assist in answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the brevity. We appreciate it very much. I just had a couple questions. One was just on the difference between cottage food operations, CFOs, versus these MECOs, right? Because there's been special legislation done in both of these areas. They sound similar, but maybe if you could just explain if we have regulations and permits for cottage food operations versus the MECOs.
The easiest way to answer this is a cottage food operator cannot prepare the type of foods that a micro enterprise operator will be able to prepare. These are more foodborne, what's the word I'm looking for? Potentially hazardous foods, like fully cooked meals, dairy products, seafood. A cottage food operator can only do non-potentially hazardous foods, which is cupcakes with no cream, cookies, those type of desserts, jams and jellies.
Great. And it's just important to know that there's a distinction between both of these. And I follow this closely because my good friend and former colleague in the Assembly, Eduardo Garcia, was author of this bill in 2018. So it's been law for 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23. So this is the fifth year it's been in law. But it gives authority to local governments to enact such an ordinance, right? So even though the law went into effect in January 1st, 2019, we just haven't got around to actually having a policy on this here locally.
That's correct. We had begun the board referral process and presentation process, and then once COVID hit, we put that on the back burner until now.
Exactly, for good reasons, right? But so the last question would be just for the public to know if the board is supportive of moving forward in having an ordinance on these micro enterprise kitchens. What is entailed in terms of the training for just safety for them, in terms of how do they handle food, deliver the food, and then the kitchen cleanliness and safety standards as well.
Environmental Health Bureau plans on many public outreach events and trainings for anyone who wants to participate in the program to make sure that food safety is paramount and that everyone before they are given a permit is adequately trained for all the requirements.
And when they pay their permit, the $588 that you mentioned here, will a training be required? Or I know you guys are short-staffed, but I don't know if there's an online or there's someone else, like for example, they just opened the the Pajaro CDC opened the Women's Business Center, and they have other small businesses. I don't know if those other partners could do those kind of trainings that would alleviate you not having to do it, but it could be something that is offered through them and that they would have to take in order to hopefully avoid any pitfalls that come with some of the foodborne illnesses that you were also mentioning.
Absolutely, Chair Alejo. There is a requirement for food safety training with the permit, and even cottage food operators need to receive this training as a requirement to receive it. And then upon inspection, all of our inspectors would be on site to reiterate all of the regulations, and any community partners that want to participate with helping with the program would be welcome.
And last thing I would do, just by way of comment, is saying I'm supportive of these. Obviously, the intent of the legislature was to offer these opportunities for families who are trying to make a little extra money. And I know this applies to unincorporated Monterey County, but I would just say similarly in places like my district where a lot of families, they augment and supplement their income by being able to make some of these favorite foods that are good sellers. And I did see that there was also a distinction when they talk about direct sales, that they omit, that definition also includes online, like if you have a website, if they post on Instagram selling, their dishes, that is not, that is considered direct, also direct sales. So it's in conformity with law.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, thank you very much. Any other colleagues before we go to the public? Yes, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could give me an example of how this would play out in our county. Have we been hearing from people who would like to do this? And just kind of curious about that.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. That's a wonderful question. Before COVID started, we were being requested if the permit was available. It was not a large number of requests, but we do have these businesses in the county, and instead of going the route of tracking them down and eliminating it, it would be beneficial to offer them permits instead.
Great. Thank you very much for that.
Anyone else? Supervisor Church.
I think I'm in the queue as well.
Okay. I got to get used to looking at the queue.
It's a new process.
Yeah.
Where is it at? I just kind of want to follow up on the Supervisor Alejo's comments a little bit. Thank you for turning the microphone on. I keep forgetting to do that myself here. The cottage industry, they don't have, those permits, they don't have inspections, correct, or do they?
That's correct.
Okay, so this would be a difference. And the big difference is, as you just re-emphasizing, is it's basically meat, fish, chicken, and dairy products are really the difference between these two, plus the inspections.
Any potentially hazardous food with the exception of raw oysters and a few others that are...
Every food is potentially hazardous when you really look at it, but I understand the point you're trying to make. A couple of, I know the cottage industry has a, you can't have animals come in, but I did mention I saw in the board report that there were some exemptions made for hand washing and animals, and I'm kind of curious can you elaborate on that?
Yes. So for hand washing, they don't have to have the same hand washing regulations as an established food facility. However, there are requirements that sanitation for proper hand washing is available at the food facility or the MECOS. So when the inspectors go out to do the inspection before permitting, it would be one of the things that we would check for. As far as animals in the facility, the applicants would be required to submit a standard operating procedure explaining to the agency, us, how they would separate the animals from coming into that food preparation area.
Thanks on that. I'm generally favorable in this. I think I would like a little more before, really approving it. And I do know, you mentioned on here that Riverside, San Diego, Alameda, Santa Barbara, Imperial, Lake, and Solano counties have done this. I don't know how much of a history they have, but I think it would be beneficial if we could maybe reach out to them, find out what has worked for them and what hasn't worked, and and try to use that as from their experience on what we should do. My last and, final question on this is, if we adopt this, can we put any stricter regulations on, or do we have any, do we adopt the whole piece together, or can we do it in little bits and pieces?
No, the regulation was adopted into the state code, the retail food code that we follow, and there is no ability for us to change the way it's written. It would be opt-in as is or opt-out as is.
We could make it stricter either. Okay. Well, then I definitely would like to hear what the other counties and their experiences have been.
We have consulted with other counties as well, and there's a few statistics out there for their foodborne illness rates, which are low, if any. But if you detail what you would like us to bring back to you, we will.
No, I think you're probably answering my concern. There has not really been any major increase. Okay. Well, that's good to hear. Thank you.
If there's no one else, we'll go to the public. I did just want to mention, though, that people have been doing this for a long time. Around here, places like Salinas, tamales, and other favorites, it's always better when they could get a license to do it legally, and they get the training, and they know what the rules are that end up being in the interest of promoting public health from your office's standpoint. So I always say, the reason the legislature put these state law supersedes local law in this area is because for a reason. There was a lot of local governments who were making this very prohibitive or very difficult to achieve, and they wanted to claim the policy in this particular space, and that's why they set it out in state code rather than just saying let the locals figure it out on themselves. There's some uniformity by having regulations that are statewide rather than every city or county trying to figure this out on their own. So with that, let's go to the members of the public to see if they would like to speak on this item. We'll allow a couple minutes. We'll start with those first in chambers. Seeing none, anybody online? Okay, we'll bring this back to the board for a motion. A motion providing direction on my micro enterprise home kitchen operations.
Happy to make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, your mic on?
Direction piece. Oh,
it's on now.
Apologies. Too many buttons to push now. So motion to opt in of the health and safety commencing 11.6 micro enterprise home kitchen operation.
And maybe we could just include bringing some additional information from the other counties just to address some of Supervisor Church's concerns.
The information would be helpful onto there. Yeah. I also would like us to consider if we maybe can work this into the motion. A lot of times we approve these and then we clamp down on some, we inspect them, and these folks then that are doing this legally get extra regulations on them, while somebody who still is doing this illegally kind of has a free reign. So I would like, I want to help the people that want to go through the process, but I want to know if maybe can we strengthen the penalties for those who stay out of the following the process?
I don't think we can strengthen the penalties per se, but it is our will as environmental health to do our best to locate everyone and encourage them to get permits. And we do have our standard violation procedure that your first warning, your fines, and anything like that would follow. And we would follow that procedure for illegally operating MECOs.
So we can be well vigilant on that, so that people who are being legal are not penalized for being legal.
No, we would not want to do that.
I'll state on that end, if you still feel that language needs to be in there, are you okay with the?
I don't know if we can really
work it in.
Penalties.
Maybe just bringing information back. What does that enforcement look like?
That would be good.
As the state legislature, just have a further discussion when you bring this back.
And I'll just share, just as not necessarily part of the motion, but a comment too. My mom runs an outdoor market, right? So she's got these folks that come in and they all get their permits through the health department. It's a great process. When you go through it, you learn a lot. And I think that's where the value is. We do have the folks that realize, well, you've got hundreds of people coming through on a weeknight to get dinner here. So they pull into the parking lot and try to sell out of the back of their vehicles. And we're always conscious of that risk of, oh, now you've got somebody who's not following process. And what we do is we hand them the information for the health department and encourage them to go get their permit, and come back and be a vendor. Most do that. I think it's about sharing good information. That's how we get folks there. We want them to start their businesses, eventually go brick and mortar or food truck and expand. That is our dream for them. And so happy to make this motion and move us forward in this regard.
Yes.
Thank you.
And who was the second before I go to Supervisor Adams? Supervisor, ask you. Okay, let's go to Supervisor Adams for comment.
Thank you. Based on the additional comments, I just wanted to ask, what would you envision this doing to the staffing? Will there be a need to ramp up additional staff and environmental health in your department?
Given the number of cottage food permits that we have received and the level of current interest, we don't anticipate having to increase staff at this time.
Just the answer I was hoping for. Thank you.
Okay, there's been a motion, a second. Seeing no further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Those against? Okay. Vote tally. We got new technology here. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We're going to item number 13 now, adopting a resolution to amend the contract between the California Public Employees Retirement System and the County of Monterey regarding partial service retirement for miscellaneous members and local safety members. Here presenting, we have Ariana Hurtado, Assistant Director, and Melissa Zamora, Benefits Coordinator.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and board members. Ariana Hurtado, Assistant Director of HR, and Melissa Zamora, Senior Employee Benefits Analyst. We are here to follow up on an item that was presented to the board on July 25th regarding partial service retirement for county employees. During that presentation, the Human Resources Department did outline to the board the benefits of bringing a partial service retirement program to our agency, which would serve as a valuable tool to our department heads for purposes of succession planning by allowing eligible employees to continue to work for the county part-time while also drawing on their CalPERS retirement partially as well. So the policy that was approved on July 25th is subject to department head approval. So department heads would identify the employees that would be eligible to participate in the program and would be subject to approval by the CAO's office. Also, on the July 25th, presentation, the board approved a resolution which confirmed the county's intent to modify the contract with CalPERS to incorporate that partial service retirement program provision. So we are here today as a follow-up to that item. The item before you does present the amendments to the CalPERS contract, which incorporate that partial service retirement component into the contract itself. So we are asking the board to approve the resolution which adopts these changes, as well as direct our office, the Human Resources Department, to collaborate with necessary departments to implement the program. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your brevity. Any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Adams?
Can you just tell me how this interacts with the retired annuitant program?
Sure. It actually does not interact, as CalPERS does consider these employees to be active employees of the county. They are only drawing on partial retirement, so they would be still an active employee of the County of Monterey, whereas a retired annuitant is fully retired and working temporarily for the county with no benefit associated with that appointment.
Thank you.
Let's go to the members of the public on this item. See nobody in chambers, anybody online? Okay, we'll bring this back for a motion. Moved by Adams, second by Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those against? Technology is catching up. Yeah, but we're testing when I recognize your motion, and we can change it, and
Change my motion.
yeah. That's going to happen sometimes when the chair is, recognition is separate than the button's pushed, yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Okay, yes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? I don't see the button popping up on the screen. There it is. There it goes. There you go.
I thought you did.
Yeah. We're going to perfect the system in due time. So motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you to our staff for that presentation. Now we got to go to our last remaining morning item, item number 14. This is an item to authorize the Director of Emergency Management or designee to accept a grant of $993,000+ for deploying a Chief Resilient Officer and implementing the Prepare California Jumpstart. Is there staff online?
Yes, good
Okay.
afternoon. Thank you so
Yes,
much for
thank
having
you.
me today.
It's Kelsey Scanlon. Thank you.
Yes, let me share my screen one moment.
Kelsey is our Director of Emergency Management. She will make today's presentation.
Thank you. So today I'm here to talk about the grant that we've been awarded, but also to provide context for our community resilience program, which has had great success over the last 4 years. Community resilience is about that transition from me as an individual of the community to my role as an individual in the overall community health. And so we talk about transitioning that mindset of the community as part of a cultural paradigm shift from that me perspective to a we perspective, overall with the intention of creating a more resilient Monterey County community. Excuse me. And what that looks like is a more prepared, a smarter population that's able to make critical decisions about their health and safety in an emergency, that they're more mentally, emotionally, physically stronger and healthier, and just overall better prepared to not just protect themselves and their family and friends and property in an emergency, but also to recover quickly and to get not just themselves back up on their feet, but their businesses, their schools, their communities, which overall is just a general benefit to our community, as it allows for us to return to normalcy a bit quicker than you would expect. And there's a variety of ways that we can go about doing that, but really we look at how can we address underlying problems regarding social, economic, natural, cultural, technological, and organizational current limitations in the community that are relevant to emergency management and emergency preparedness. And so, over the last 4 years, we have conducted an exhaustive planning effort to develop the Community Resilience Plan, which is actually our first plan that we've ever had that is both in English and Spanish. And it was a very collaborative effort that culminated in 61 initiatives to support 6 overarching strategies, which was later approved by the Board of Supervisors in January of 2022. The strategies are really looking at that nexus between day-to-day life and emergency management, and not just preparing, but mitigating and reducing the overall impact disasters have on an individual as well as their homes and businesses. And so we developed these 61 initiatives to target our strategy to build social capital, to enhance emergency services infrastructure, to move towards sustainability, to create healthy communities, encourage resilient households, and to empower social mobility. And that was really done in a nexus, not in a silo or in a vacuum. So we partnered with Housing and Community Development and the Sustainability Program and Homeless Services and the Health Department to look at the various ways in which we could develop programs that were mutually reinforcing for all of the county departments to collectively move towards a greater community resilience effort. And so with that, our successes to date are obviously we have this plan that was adopted. We've done 5 community surveys. We've established a working group that has 25 different members representing different organizations throughout the county. We've participated in 45 events and presentations regarding community resilience and preparedness. We've hosted or participated in over 100 community meetings. We've developed partnerships with 192 organizations, and over those last 4 years, really had 400 plus total outreach efforts, making direct contact with almost 4,000 community members, which is quite substantial when you're talking about specifically resilience as it pertains to overall community health and wellness, but also disaster preparedness. So to move forward in our effort, we are really looking to take that plan, which is really impressive. If you have a moment to take a look at it, I recommend everyone do so. But the next step is making it real, implementing the plan and how we go about doing that. And so what we're hoping that our community resilience program will continue to do is to take those outlined initiatives that we've planned and create shovel-ready projects, and to apply for grant funds to actually make those initiatives real and come to fruition to have long-term generational impacts. And so with that, I'll address previous funding real quick. So we had a community resilience planner that was funded the first 2 years by the Urban Areas Security Initiative, which did not require a match by the county. And from 2021 to 2023, the work that the planner had done was so significant and impactful in the community that United Way and Community Foundation partnered to fund this planner position for an additional 2 years with a one-to-one match by the county. And so with the success of this planner and their ability to actually develop relationships and plan and the 61 initiatives, the state of California awarded us $993,038 with no match required to continue to fund a chief resilience officer position. And so at the end of this almost 9 to 10 years of community resilience effort, we'll have invested approximately $1.5 million into our community resilience program, with only about 7% cost to the county. And so we're very excited for the next 4 years should we be allowed to receive this money. And we're very excited because one of the 5 eligible activities under this grant we've been awarded has already been completed. And so the efforts will really be taken to do that project scoping and implementation and securing of additional funds to create programs like a home elevation program or a home hardening program or a voluntary organizations active in disasters coalition. So very much needed disaster and emergency preparedness programs in the Monterey County operational area. And so with that, the funding covers supplies and materials for the position, as well as the fully burdened full-time position of a chief resilience officer. And there's just enough funds potentially at the end to fund 1 year of a Civic Sparks Fellow to assist in planning efforts. And so with that, we're recommending that the Board of Supervisors authorize the Director of Emergency Management to execute a grant agreement with the California Office of Emergency Services, accepting a grant award of $993,038 for deploying a Chief Resilience Officer and implementing the Prepare California Jumpstart Initiative for the grant period of August 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2028. I apologize, this PowerPoint is not reflective of the updated language in the resolution in the board report. There was not enough funding for both a Chief Resilience Officer and the Community Resilience Coordinator. So at this time, we are only intending to fund a Chief Resilience Officer position. And then item B, approve an increase in appropriations and estimated revenues for the first year of the 5-year performance period of $198,000 for the Department of Emergency Management budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Thank you for your presentation and congratulations on being able to get this significant award of almost $1 million to implement this Chief Resilience Officer. I think it reflects the changing time, the changing weather patterns, as we know, emergencies, crisis, more severe storms and flooding and fires, they all forced us and have the state help local governments change the way how we address climate change and these more severe emergencies that are becoming a lot more common these days. So I want to bring this to our board for any discussion, questions. Let's go to the public. Any public comments on this item? Seeing none, then we'll bring this back for a motion. And I will look at this time. I see a motion by. I'm not seeing who made the motions on my screen here.
It would be me.
Yeah, but I'm testing this equipment. This time I am going to who pushed the buttons. But I'm not seeing it on my. It is
I
not
got
showing.
the second, right? Yes. Yeah.
So what was the motion by? Okay, the motion by Adams and Lopez, but we have to see here that, you know.
So only Valerie can see that part. It'll just gray out when someone presses the button.
Oh, got it. So we got to work on that because it's not allowing the chair to see who's the maker of the motions. Okay. So all those in favor on the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Second, all those against, please say nay.
We didn't have any language for the motion.
It was staff's recommendation? Yes. Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a process question. So when the screen comes up and we have the motion, it has the staff portion, but then if we make a motion that's different than what's listed, is that showing? Are you typing that out, Valerie? No. Where is that coming in?
I'm putting as amended or picking out for the record. Now the minutes.
Okay. Okay.
Just like before.
Okay.
Okay, we're done with that item. Thank you, Department of Emergency Services. Now we're going to our afternoon agenda. We're on item 16 now, everyone. Thank you for your patience. This is an item to determine that the Carmel Stone Mine is abandoned by the operator and authorize the HCD Director, Housing Community Development, or designate to seize the financial assurance mechanism put in place by Carmel Stone Mine and also to reclaim the mine site. And here we have Kathy Nielsen, a management analyst of HCD, and Craig Spencer.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and members of the board. I am here today to ask you to determine the Carmel Stone Mine abandoned, to give authorization for seizure of the financial assurance mechanism in the form of a certificate of deposit, and to proceed with the necessary steps to reclaim the property and close this mine. The operator of the mine, Vance Kierfurth, received approval of the use permit and reclamation plan in October of 2011. He mined Carmel Stone at the site, located near San Ardo in the South County area on Bureau of Land Management property. In January of 2012, a certificate of deposit was opened in the amount of $73,906 as the financial assurance mechanism for reclamation of the site. The FAM is intended to cover the cost to reclaim the mine site should the operator be unable to complete the reclamation and/or abandon the mine. Currently, the CD has a balance of $74,934. The Housing and Community Development Department considers the mine abandoned since Mr. Kierfurth ceased paying the required fees to both the county and the state in 2013, and he stopped filing the required yearly reports. It is in the best interest of the county, the state, and BLM to reclaim the land and close the mine. I respectfully request that the board determine the mine to be abandoned and provide authorization to the Housing and Community Development Department to claim the funds in the CD and proceed with the steps necessary for reclamation and closure. Those steps include solicitation of bids to perform the reclamation work and selection of a contractor. BLM has expressed their desire to use the site as a fire break or staging area, which may necessitate an amendment to the reclamation plan before we can solicit bids. Once the reclamation is complete, there will be a joint site inspection with the Division of Mine Reclamation, and following their approval, the site will be closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's open it up for questions from the board on this issue. This is in South County near San Bernardo. Anything you want to mention on this, Supervisor Lopez?
Only something I want to put in the motion. It's a question of, can the motion be amended to include, I believe there were other expectations, requirements, and commitments made by this particular operator when the mine was put in, specifically for the improvement of the road that came out of the facility that was not done either, and that has been a sticking point for the community. So if there is a balance in funding, can we follow through on that commitment as well that was made in those original documents with this funding to council?
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. I actually didn't look at this item, and I believe Robert Breyer, who did, should be on the Zoom. And if he could assist, and if not, I can take a minute and take a quick
If
look.
not, I can say that if legal, then do it that way. I'm fine with that. It's just, if there's an opportunity here, I want to make sure we do right by the community.
That might be the best way to approach it.
Happy to make the motion in that way. I've already marked it on the app as well.
And just to follow up on that, I mean, this isn't a whole, well, first of all, this is a case of first impression for me, dealing with mines in Monterey County. It was interesting to see how many exist or are permitted, but this is the first case where there's been an abandonment and a total lack of response to the letters coming back from the last known addresses and not getting any response out of any effort from the owners. But then the amount that's in that account is only like $76,000 or so. It's not a whole lot of money. So I don't know if that's even sufficient to do what you're asking to do here, coming up with this plan and reclaiming it, because there's a lot of, I think, details that are included in there. But so I would say much less to do than these additional things that Supervisor Lopez is asking for with the amount that really won't go very far. Any thoughts on that? And this is reclaiming the site. So what does that mean? Does that mean the county steps in now to assume control and title over the property? Can you just elaborate more? What does reclaim mean in this instance?
Yeah, good question. And it is a function of housing and community development that we permit in partnership with Department of Mines and Reclamation mines in the county. We have several mines that we monitor annually. They're required to update they're required in the first instance, when they get a permit to operate a mine, to submit a reclamation plan, which is the plan that is how will the site be restored to essentially the state it was before you started operating a mine there, or some appropriate level of restoration once the mine is closed or abandoned. And then there's a financial assurance that is supposed to cover the costs of that reclamation plan. Annually, we do adjust, in working with the Department of Mines and Reclamation, the cost of the reclamation activities. But as has been mentioned, there hasn't been any adjustments, responses, or activities since about 2013. So we have not had those adjustments, and there's been no change to the reclamation plan, but the property owner, the Bureau of Land Management, would take back that site, and they could propose to modify the reclamation plan, which would go through a reclamation plan amendment process, Department of Mines and Reclamation and the county. And depending on what those modifications look like, we will have this certificate that we're suggesting we seize in those funds to help carry out the reclamation or the restoration of the site to its pre-mining or some other condition that's approved.
So just to be clear, it'd be BLM then that would take back title to that parcel?
Yes.
Okay, Supervisor Lopez?
So I've had way too much interaction with mines over the years in my work as in the supervisor's office, even before I was the supervisor. And so with SMARA, the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act, all this is sort of streamlined. In this particular instance, knowing this site, it's kind of like a hilltop, right? So it's a bluff. And so with that, what they were going after was Carmel stone, which is a limestone. That limestone has a brown rust color to it, where iron deposits have over time made it desirable for its aesthetic, as you see in many homes in Carmel. But it's also largely on the surface, and so there's flat areas, I understand, at this mine. So understanding they want to use it as a parking lot sort of area for equipment makes a lot of sense. And the benefit would be that a lot less work would need to be done. My hope is it's typically tree planting, restoring some oaks, that sort of thing, to make it look as natural as possible as it did before. And that's where the hope is, if there's $30,000-$40,000, we can do a brief overlay, a small overlay in a certain area, and at least give the community a small win, because there were commitments made in that process to redo certain stretches of road near the community of Bradley specifically for one reason or another. So it would be nice to just have that there if that is legally feasible.
Okay. Any other comments? Supervisor Church.
Well, that was really my question, is whether the county, what's this going to cost the county? But it sounds like this, through the rehabilitation of this mine, is very minor.
That's just from what I know, and that's my hope. It just depends on what their expected use of that particular site is. And if it is now it's flat and they want to use it as a parking lot and it's their property because they've always owned the surface rights to the degree that the federal government owns BLM land, right? But the subsurface rights were what the right or the mining was for. So it's just, it depends on what the condition is today for them to approach it.
And I did just want to point out that my staff in researching this, it appears that the permittee is deceased, which probably why he hasn't responded recently then.
That would be a good reason. All right. Anyone else? Yes, Supervisor Adams.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. I was just curious about this because, as you, Mr. Chair, this is the first time I've seen one. So I was kind of curious, what are we going to do going into the, Carmel stone business? It seems like we're going to be competing with Robbie. But what I really wanted to find out is based on your comments, Supervisor Lopez, what will they be doing there that will require a parking lot?
I think it's staging equipment, right, for BLM. That's what I understood their desire was, right? Yeah. Can we hear from BLM who's in the room?
BLM's in the house, definitely. This is a rare occasion we get someone from BLM at one of our meetings. Yes, you could come to the podium here and use that mic there, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. My name is Ben Hoke. I'm the Assistant Field Manager for the Bureau of Land Management Central Coast Field Office. And previously I was the Geologist and Project Manager for this site. Just a couple things. You're correct, the surface of the site, the disturbance is relatively limited to a ridge line that once upon a time pre-disturbance was actually a fuels break. I think when most people hear the word mine, they're picturing the larger, what everyone pictures when they hear mine. It's more or less a few 10 to 30 feet deep pits on the top of the mine. I would guess probably 1 to 3 days worth of dozer work, depending on the size of the bulldozer. And to that extent, as far as our future use, it does make a very excellent fuel break. It's right along the ridgeline, along the main San Ardo Road. As far as our staging needs, initially, it would be just for, emergency services staging or our own equipment staging for work up at the Williams Hill recreation area. We've managed a campground up there as well. And then we have in the past discussed potential future recreation improvements up there to include other campsites, staging for recreation users, and being an already cleared, relatively flat area, it would make a good site for that as well. And to that end, we have provided in the past a letter to the department from our citing our botanist on staff's opinion that the site does not need revegetation work and that the revegetation will continue to occur as it has been naturally. Additionally, if we were just going to maintain it as a staging and fuel break anyway, any revegetation work is likely to just get bulldozed in the future. And I'd like to add that we're committing to figuring out a way to reclaim the site in such a way that would hopefully make funds available to make those road improvements. And if the only work that's necessitated up there is via bulldozer or a grader, kind of seems like it would be possible to get all that done with one mobilization, assuming that the funds cover it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, those additional critical points you had. Appreciate you being here. Okay, let's go to the members of the public on this item. Seeing nobody in chambers or online coming forward, then we'll bring this back for a motion. Supervisor Lopez, you want to make that?
Yeah, so the motion would be to approve staff's request and also, if legally feasible, allowing for any additional funds to be used to follow through on commitments that were made to the community, specifically in the legal documents when the mine was permitted.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Motion seconded by Askew. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, now the item our guests are here waiting for, patiently for. Thank you for waiting for us. This is item number 17, Morgan Rath, Blaze Engineering. This is a public hearing. It was continued from September 12, considered an appeal from Matt and Carol Donaldson and the Ventana chapter of Sierra Club. The Planning Commission's approval of an amendment to a previously approved combined development permit. Here to present our staff that is getting ready here, we have Fiona Jensen, Senior Planner from HCD, and we will also hear from the appellants, Matt and Carol Donaldson and the Ventana chapter, and then we will allow 10 minutes prior to that to Blaze Engineering. And just so our both sides, we'll allow 10 minutes on each side, 10 minutes for Blaze Engineering after the staff presentation, and 10 minutes total for Matt and Carol Donaldson and the Ventana chapter of the Sierra Club.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and members of the board. Fiona Jensen presenting the Morgan Rath Blaze Engineering application, HCD file number PLN 160851 AMD1. The subject property is located at 46821 Highway 1 Big Sur. The property is within the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan, the Big Sur Valley Rural Community Center, and is zoned visitor serving commercial design control in the coastal zone. The proposed amendment revises the scope of work previously approved by the Monterey County Planning Commission and subsequently appealed to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors by Matt and Carol Donaldson and Paul Smith. The Board of Supervisors previously encouraged the applicant and the appellants to pursue mediation, but no compromise was reached. On August 27, 2019, the board adopted a mitigated negative declaration, denied the two appeals, and approved the combined development permit. The Board of Supervisors' decision was then appealed to the California Coastal Commission. The applicant subsequently waived the 49-day appeal timeline and proposed design revisions to the previously proposed project prior to the appeal being heard. As a result, county staff withdrew the final local action notice, or FLAN, which was sent to the California Coastal Commission after the board's approval of the project, and processed an amendment to capture the proposed revisions. Withdrawal of the FLAN simply means that the county is not requesting that the Coastal Commission consider the original project's local approval at this time, as consideration of modifications are pending local approval. If the board approves the amendment, a new FLAN will be sent to the Coastal Commission reflecting the project in totality. On June 14th, 2023, the Planning Commission considered the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration as revised to reflect the project changes and adopted an amendment to a previously approved combined development permit. Matt and Carol Donaldson and the Sierra Club filed a timely appeal of the Planning Commission's decision. This item was previously scheduled for a de novo hearing before the Board of Supervisors on September 12th, 2023. At the hearing, the Board of Supervisors continued the hearing to September 19th, 2023 to allow staff time to correct the agenda description and clarify the request before the board. It was discovered prior to this hearing that the corrected staff report, resolution, and conditions of approval were not distributed with today's agenda, and therefore staff prepared an errata memo with the corrected documents. This memo was distributed to the board this morning and read into the record earlier today. The proposed amendment includes construction of a second-story employee housing unit over an office, reroutes the pedestrian trail along Apple Pie Ridge Road, reduces the original project's public parking along Highway 1 by 1 stall, and adds 2 public universal electrical vehicle charging stations, and eliminates the on-site sale of goods and products from the business operation. All other aspects of the previously approved project remain the same. This includes relocation of a previously established commercial operation for a contractor's equipment storage and office facility, an office and workshop, removal of 10 trees, and site improvements including water tanks and a septic system, and development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat area and on slopes in excess of 30%. The appellants contend that the project description and processing of amendment to a previously approved project that was appealed to the California Coastal Commission is inaccurate and misleading. The project is not an allowed use and the site is not suitable for the use. The project will be detrimental to the health, safety, peace, morals, comfort, and general welfare of the public. And the project will create a fire hazard and eliminate existing visitor serving parking. The appellants also contend that the project will create a significant impact on visual resources and environmentally sensitive habitat areas. Development on slopes in excess of 30% and tree removal is in violation of the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan. There are active violations on the property. The project violates the California Environmental Quality Act. An environmental impact report is required due to the potentially significant impacts on the environment. And finally, the Planning Commission's June 14th, 2023 decision violates the Coastal Act, the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan, Title 20, and the California Environmental Quality Guidelines. The following slides address these contentions. The proposed project provides a spectrum of functions for the visiting public and for residents adjoining the rural areas. Accordingly, the proposed use is consistent with the zoning district's purpose, which is to serve the needs of the traveling public and recreational visitor serving facilities in the Big Sur area. The property is also located within the Big Sur Valley Rural Community Center. Section 5.3.2 of the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan states that in general, any use allowed in any zone is appropriate for the rural community centers. Through adoption of resolution number 19285, the Board of Supervisors found that Blaze Engineering was a compatible use for this site and that is consistent with the underlying zoning district. The proposed amendment does not deviate from the previously approved use for the project and includes additional visitor serving benefits not previously considered, such as installation of 2 universal electrical vehicle charging stations, which will be the only 2 public EV charging stations between Carmel and Cambria that are not exclusive to Tesla vehicles. The site is entirely within a redwood forest natural community dominated by coast redwood, California bay laurels, and invasive English ivory and French broom. No additional tree removal is proposed under this amendment. The total tree removal remains at 10 native trees. To ensure impacts to environmentally sensitive habitat areas are less than significant, 6 mitigation measures are recommended. Consistent with the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan policies relating to ESHA, the proposed project utilizes existing disturbed areas to minimize disturbance and will ensure long-term maintenance of the property's sensitive habitat through implementation of the required conditions of approval and mitigation measures. The project was referred to the Big Sur Land Use Advisory Committee on January 10th, 2023, at which the LUAC recommended approval of the project as proposed. Concerns raised by the LUAC included visibility of the proposed EV charging stations. Condition number 4 requires that the applicant modify the exterior of the charging stations to blend in with the surrounding natural environment and minimize illumination. As designed and conditioned, the project will have a less than significant visual impact. The previously adopted mitigated negative declaration included 5 mitigation measures. Although the adopted mitigation measures are still adequate for the proposed project, clarification and amplification changes are needed to address the project's new circumstances. Therefore, staff prepared a supplemental mitigated negative declaration to reflect the minor project changes made during the 2019 Board of Supervisors hearing for the original project and the proposed project's modifications. 2 additional biological measures are recommended to ensure potential impacts to previously unidentified special status species are less than significant. All other resource areas analyzed under the original initial study and supplemental initial study were found to be less than significant. The applicant has agreed to implement the 5 previously approved mitigation measures and the 2 draft mitigation measures, which have been incorporated as condition numbers 16 through 22. In conclusion, staff recommends the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal of Matt and Carol Donaldson and the Sierra Club concerning the June 14th, 2023 decision of the Planning Commission. Adopt a mitigated negative declaration as revised by a supplemental mitigated negative declaration pursuant to CEQA Guideline Section 15163. Approve an amendment to a previously approved combined development permit to allow establishment of a commercial operation, removal of 10 protected trees, development on slopes and within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat area, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Okay, any questions from staff so far? Seeing none, we'll go to the applicant, original applicant, Blaze Engineering. You're the attorney or other representatives? And we got 10 minutes, so we could give you 8 minutes, and then you could reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal after hearing the appellants.
Chair Alejo, Angus Jeffers, on behalf of Marty Morganrath, Blaze Engineering. I would appreciate being able to reserve half of my time or 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay.
I'd also appreciate a little discretion to try and get this laptop working on the projection screens.
Yes, we won't start your time till we get you set up there.
Thank you.
And I don't know if our team could help them. I don't know if somebody's here. Sounded like a rap song. Yeah. Bad beatbox.
Then we tried before.
We have the presentation. We can just do that for you. It'll be easier.
Then I have to say next. This will be much
Yeah, let's
quicker if
try
we do
doing
it this
that.
way. Or I can try and
You need
leave.
For those of you who were not here this morning, today is the first day that we're doing this. So we're still working out a lot of the kinks, so bear with us.
Yeah, we had some new technology added in this room. Perfect. Thank you for your assistance, sir. You're up.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the board. My name is Angus Jeffers, and I'm here on behalf of Marty Morganrath, the owner of Blaze Engineering down in Big Sur. I'd like to thank Ms. Jensen for her presentation, for thoroughly vetting each of the appellant's many stated concerns. I'd also like to confirm that Marty and I have reviewed the proposed conditions of approval. We find them both reasonable and acceptable. For the sake of the supervisors who weren't yet on the board back in August of 2019, when I first started representing folks down the coast, there was one name which kept popping up in relation to the small localized problems and the full-scale disasters. That name was Blaze. This mythical outfit seemed to be everywhere, helping everyone respond to the realities of living down the coast. My first chance to work with Blaze was working directly with Helmuth Morganrath before he passed away. We permitted a 12,000-gallon emergency cache of propane, which Blaze is prepared to distribute on an emergency basis the next time Big Sur is cut off from the rest of the world. Based upon last week's El Nino forecast update, that could be this winter. Based upon Blaze's unique role in the history, we've submitted over 70 letters of support from the community. This includes 16 letters from visitor-serving businesses who rely upon Blaze to keep them open when their water systems fail or when slides impair visitor access. All these letters also include 4 from residents of Apple Pie Ridge Road welcoming Blaze into their neighborhood. They include letters from our current and former congressional representatives recognizing Blaze's unique role in the community. The letters which to me exemplify Blaze are this letter from Martha Karstens, Big Sur Fire's former fire chief, recounting Blaze's efforts to save folks and pets as the Big Sur River reached flood stage. There's also this letter from the Ventana Wilderness Society recounting Blaze saving their biologists from a fatal windstorm down in Big Sur. Today, Blaze needs a new home as much as the community needs Blaze. Fortunately, back in 2006, Marty and Helmuth acquired the commercially zoned property next door, which has existing access and existing disturbed graded pads, which they can locate their downsized business 300 feet further away from Finger Creek. There are no archaeological resources on this property. Water is provided by a new well, which Environmental Health has deemed sufficient for Blaze's use, along with their proposed septic system. All the trees proposed for removal are either planted or in such bad state of health that they propose they're hazard trees that risk life and property. We've had our project biologist, Fred Ballerini, look over every element of this project to confirm that it will not impact ESHA. Also, Fred has confirmed that the property is carpeted with English ivy, which is choking the redwood trees. It's preventing germination. And as part of this project, we have the opportunity to eradicate that English ivy and return this forest to functioning redwood habitat. Based upon these elements, this project has essentially been approved by the LUAC twice, by the Planning Commission twice, and by this board back in August of 2019 after 4 hearings. Thereafter, the appellants appealed this project to the Coastal Commission, and unfortunately, due to COVID and serial coastal staff retirements, it took us 4 years to amend the project in order to implement guidance from coastal staff. These amendments include: we're reducing the approved impacts on artificial 30% slopes by nearly 2,000 square feet or 60%. We're adding a 2-bedroom employee unit right on top of the 760 square foot office, thus avoiding further ground disturbance. We're also adding 2 public EV charging stalls, which will be the only charging stalls between the Highlands and San Simeon that are right on the highway, that are not intended for paying resort guests, and that can be used by any EV car, not just Teslas. And it's very conveniently located 26 miles south of Carmel, where you can have lunch at the River Inn and have enough juice to get back up to Carmel or continue down to San Luis Obispo. We also avoided removing the approved 20-inch redwood tree that sat isolated in the shoulder of Highway 1. In short, I want to make clear that we have made every effort to work with any party or regulator willing to sit down with us, share their concerns, but also express a willingness to allow Blaze to relocate next door. These resolutions have been called omitting the batch cement facility, which used to be next door, omitting the proposed bypass road, which would have impacted redwood habitat. We worked with Paul Smith to make sure the design of the structures were in keeping with Big Sur's rural and rustic character. We gladly accepted Special Condition 12, which requires Blaze to actively maintain the site in a neat and tidy condition. And then we swapped the location of the shop and the storage building to increase the separation of the shop from the Donaldsons. Thank you. I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you. All right. Now we're going to go to the appellants. Matt and Carol Donaldson, or the Ventana chapter of the Sierra Club, or their attorneys, representatives. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Can you put up my PowerPoint, please? Christine Kemp on behalf of Carol and Matt Donaldson, the appellants. We are back before you. We were here in August 2019, and it was a split decision with Supervisors Parker and Phillips voting to deny the project and grant the appeals. I think some of the other board members were pretty uncomfortable with the site. I know Supervisor Lopez went down to see it. When you see it, you can't imagine that there would be a construction yard and all the buildings that they're putting on that site. So I also want to make it clear, let's see, that's not my PowerPoint. No. I have it on a thumb drive if I need to take the time to load it up.
Yeah, we won't start your time till.
Okay, do you want me to
get
put
you
it on a
set up.
thumb drive, Theon?
Is this it?
There we go. So we were before you, and I want to first emphasize that you are not bound by your prior decision. I've been going round and round with the county on what you're reviewing today, and you're reviewing the entire project. Can you go to my slides, please? Next slide. I appreciate that this was continued because it was agendized as a motion to deny without consideration, and that was prejudicial. Next slide, please. More importantly, it's been noticed as a minor and trivial amendment to a approved coastal development permit. And a coastal development permit cannot be amended unless it's been issued. And that's under Title 22070105. And you do not have a coastal development permit issued here. So the fact that it's been before the LUAC as a minor and trivial amendment to a minor trivial amendment to an already issued permit. Same at the Planning Commission, minor amendment to an issued permit. And at the Planning Commission, I raised the question that this was the entire project that was before them. County Council advised them, no, they're only acting on the amendments. So I find that procedure to be quite troubling. And in fact, in the Coastal Commission's letter where they indicate that my position isn't correct, the Coastal Commission says on page 32 of your resolution that the findings need to specify that the amendment supersedes and replaces the original CDP approval, and that the amendment represents the CDP for the project, and that the findings need to reflect that the entirety of the project is being approved, not just the project changes. So that's what I've been claiming for the past 6 months or so, and it has been prejudicial, particularly with the LUAC and the Planning Commission, that they're pretty much bound by their prior decision, so that's not the case. Also want to reiterate, as I've said previously, this would be on the next slide, please. Next slide. That it does violate the Coastal Act. Coastal Commission opined on that in 2018. It's visitor serving commercial, and contractors' yards are not allowed in visiting serving commercial. Even if it's visiting serving, it's a contractor's yard, and it's not allowed in the visiting serving commercial. It also violates the good neighbor policy of the local coastal program, and it's in the middle of ESHA. And anyone who's seen the site can't deny it's in the middle of a redwood forest. And it's not a coastal dependent use, which is required under the McAllister case and the Coastal Act. The amendments only exacerbate the problem by adding a 2-story building on top of an office, which is already imposing. And so it's going to add now 24-hour light and glare to the Donaldson's house, which is right next door. And the electric charging vehicles take out general parking and create some potential for fire as well with the amount of charge that goes to those chargers. The project, next one, please. Next slide. I'll get to my pictures here, but the project is 3,200 square feet of buildings in 3 different locations. It's huge on this site. So it's not appropriate for this site, and it is in the middle of a redwood forest. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I think the setting is the most important of all. Here's the access road off of Highway 1. Next slide. You have 20 residents up on Rapplepie Ridge that are going to be driving past this project. Next slide, please. You have a very narrow dirt road between redwood trees that truck traffic will be coming up for the shop, will be coming up for storage, and again, very disruptive to the redwood forest. Next slide, please. Again, another picture of the setting. And it's not really a previously disturbed site. If it was, there's been a grading violation out there. It's a pretty well pristine site. Next slide, please. The property is then right next to the Donaldson's property. It's about 60 feet away. The Donaldson's house is there in the back. You can see in the picture. Next slide, please. And again, you see the proximity to the Donaldson's house. So the Donaldson's house is a former Pfeiffer house. This now adding a 2nd story on top of it's just exacerbating the problem of having this building right next door to the Donaldson's property. Next slide, please. And again, the proximity to the Donaldson's house is very clear. Next slide, please. And again, the narrow road coming down. The site is in front of us coming back down Applepie Ridge narrow. Not really accessible by the trucks and the large construction equipment that'll be coming up there. Next slide, please. No left turn onto Highway 1. Again, kind of a blind curve across River Road from the river in. Next slide, please. There is an impact to ESHA. Mr. Thompson's report, they have made changes to the project, but still trucks and going along this habitat creates, and the fire hazards that haven't really been adequately addressed, create environmental impacts. We have a differing opinion among experts, which requires an environmental impact report. Next slide, please. The lower parking area, if anyone's been to River Inn and you look across the street, next slide, please. You've got a host of things happening in that lower parking area. You've got semi-truck parking, 4,000 gallon above ground diesel tank, trash enclosures, a redwood fence, which the Coastal Commission did not like the redwood fence, and parking, taking out general public now with the 2 EV charging stations, and again, the redwood fence, which is cutting off. If you can travel north to south on that side and get to the River Inn, that's going to now all be fenced off. Next slide, please. There's the River Inn. It's chaos down there. Anybody that's been to River Inn on the weekend knows cars are pulling in and out, and this is just going to exacerbate an already bad situation. Next slide, please. This is the little tiny parking area where we're having diesel tank, trash enclosures, truck traffic, equipment storage, EV stations, and then to the right is the forested area. The road there is actually up to the Donaldson house. The forested area in the middle of that is where the office, workshop, and construction yard is going to be. Next slide, please. Again, it shows this is just that parking area down near the road. All those things happening in that very, very small area. Next slide, please. This is where they're currently storing their trucks, and I have to say for the last 4 years, they've been operating in Big Sur. Not sure how they're doing it or where they're storing their things, but they have been using that for the trucks and have been conducting their business in 4 years without any apparent issues. Next, please. Again, this is the view from River Inn, a very prominent area there along Highway 1 across from the River Inn. Next slide, please. This is the entrance, and you can use this road now and get to the extra parking on River Inn. This is going to be now fenced off with a redwood fence. Next slide, please. And next slide, the EV charging stations. When I was down there to take some pictures, this is always full, and now EV stations are going to take out 2 that normal general public people would park, and only EV stations can park their cars there, so that's going to actually eliminate parking. We believe, next slide please, requires an EIR for the reasons I've sent tons of letters, lots of information. May 17th letter describes all the reasons why we need an EIR for this project. And then next slide, please. The terrible track record, much has been made of the fact that they are just moving to another site. Well, let's take a look at what that other site used to look like. And this was on the Donaldson's property, actually much to their dismay. And their lease was not extended because this is what they were finding. So this is the former operation on the adjacent site. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So this is what we do not want to have next door. And we also do not want to have the huge buildings, the truck traffic, the disruption to the idyllic redwood forest, and it's visitor serving commercial for a reason. And the Big Sur land use plan should be upheld, should not be manipulated so that favoritism is given to Blaze, who, yes, people like Blaze, but you can't bend the rules. We have lots of landowners with lots of land who are supportive of Blaze, and I would think that they could work together to find a place that's out of sight, is not going to be interfering with the traveling public, is not on the scenic highway, and not adjacent to residences like this project is proposed. Next slide, please. So we ask you uphold the Donaldson's appeal and deny the amended project. This is really is a wrong place for this project, and anyone who's seen the site, I think, would recognize this is just inappropriate for the site for many, many reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You had about 45 seconds left. Good timing. Okay.
Great timing. I'm going to complete this project.
The last 45
presentation.
seconds?
Great.
Okay.
This is on behalf of the Sierra Club and a statement that was written by Rita D'Alessio. The Ventana chapter of the Sierra Club has over 8,000 members in Monterey and in Santa Cruz counties, and they're writing today. They've written to each of you supervisors to request that you grant their appeal here. Their project calls for a conversion of pristine coastal property in Big Sur, which currently, as we have said, has the native flora and fauna in this environmentally sensitive habitat area, ESHA, as we have mentioned. It is regulated by the Big Sur Land Use Plan, and it was diligently hammered out, as you know, over many years by federal, state, county, and local entities to create the guidelines that we have presented to you today. That's my
is up.
time,
You
then
can
we'll
wrap up.
say,
Yeah.
great, then
Last
we'll say
sentence.
thank you, please. Please consider our appeal on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, anybody else could speak during public comments for 2 minutes. Okay, both sides have spoken. I'm gonna go to public comments, then we're gonna come back for any response to any of the comments by staff. And we also have the 5 minutes rebuttal, and we'll save that till after public comment. So this is a time where the public could come to the podium. We'll start with those in chambers, and we will give you 2 minutes each to speak on either side of this issue.
Chairman Aleo and board members, appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name's Matt Donaldson, and I am surprised and a little bit flabbergasted that this is still going on. I think my understanding is that permits to be issued, my understanding is you're not allowed to issue a permit on a parcel that has an existing violation. And there is an existing violation on this, and the applicant is trying to take credit for these previously disturbed land there. Well, what isn't as disclosed is the disturbance was made by the applicant. There's all kinds of illegal grading on the site where they've had former unpermitted use of the land. They've dug into the bank right up to my property line, removing lateral support from the line, creating trees tipping over, and just all kinds of nuisance violations. There's been violation or zoning complaints made to the county, notifying them of these violations, and the county won't or can't enforce those. I don't really understand why, and I can't understand why a permit is an application has been approved or submitted by the Planning Commission when there's open violations on the property. For the planners to say that there's not going to be any disturbance to the ESHA, or that the mitigation measures reduce this to less than significant, I don't understand how that can even hold water in this argument. There's certainly going to be significant impact to the environment there, and a significant impact to the neighbors in the area. I apologize for being so nervous. This is a deeply personal issue to me, and I just beg your appreciation for our appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you didn't sound nervous at all, sir. Next person.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Heather Donaldson. I've submitted a written comment, but I would like to emphasize environmental concerns on behalf of the public interest in protecting the environmentally sensitive coastal lands. California National Parks states that a mere 150 years ago, California's western edge was dominated by an ancient redwood forest the size of Connecticut. Today, less than 3% of that original forest exists. We must protect what is left of these redwood forests. Furthermore, the California condor and the bald eagle population that Ventana Wildlife has fought for the last 3+ decades to restore from the brink of extinction in the central coast of California was no small feat, and the effort is surely not aided by granting an exception for the development of a construction company in such an area. Visitor serving commercial is intended to allow for a gift shop, restaurant, or something that would attract and serve visitors in Big Sur, one of the few remaining redwood forests. The applicant's business does not fit within the visitor serving commercial use and should not be given special consideration when such a sensitive habitat is at use. The applicant would be better situated in a non-protected and non-sensitive habitat that is appropriately zoned for this commercial use. Mr. Anger calls it a commercial zoning, which is incorrect and misleading. This is visitor serving commercial zoning, and he's also contended before that they fall into a catch-all category in that visitor serving commercial definition. But I'd like to ask, what is the point of zoning categories if anybody could fit into a catch-all? Also, I'd like to mention that the proposed installation of the electrical vehicle charging stations is not appropriately planned. They would be directly next to large redwood trees. And while the safety of these stations is debated, I'd like to also note that it's not in your typical paved parking lot. It's in a dirt parking lot right next to redwood trees, right up against it. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Right on time. Next person. And for those on Zoom, if you could raise your hand meanwhile, and you'll be in the queue to be recognized after we hear from all the speakers in the chambers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Alejo and Board of Supervisors. My name is Marty Morganrath. I'm president and owner of Blaze Engineering. We've been operating for 38 years in Big Sur, and almost 30 of those years was leasing the area at the Donaldson property. So we had a long relationship with them. And what you didn't see is when we did move out, we cleaned up the property in a pristine condition. So I don't need to go over what my attorney and the county staff have done so thoroughly with a lengthy report of how we will, be suitable for that property, how it does fit within a rural community center. Our operations are vital to helping save the highway. We've done that over the years, helping businesses with their infrastructure and residents in times of need and also in emergencies. Yeah, we are downsizing, and which we've done, and I think that with all the mitigations and monitoring, we will be a good fit for that site. Back in the 60s, there was a residence there was a trailer, there was an old septic system, so it has been used over the years. And even Donaldson's place, before we were there, back in the late 80s, was a construction site. A construction company had a place there back in the 60s. So yeah, the site is not pristine. It has been used, and I think it will fit. There are no other places in Big Sur for us to operate. So this would be a wonderful fit, and I think for long-term, decades to come, our construction company can be a good support for our community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Go to the next person. No one else. All right. Let's go to those online. No, see no one else online. Last call for public comments for those in chambers then. All right, well, thank you all for coming and participating in this meeting. We're going to close in public comments. We're going to bring this back to the applicant, who has reserved 5 minutes for his rebuttal.
Chair Alejo, Angus Jeffers back on rebuttal. There simply isn't enough time for me to address the many stated concerns of the appellants, but I would like to note that the Big Sur River Inn has consistently supported this project moving in next door. Ventana Wildlife Society has written in support of this project, and that the vegetative screening around the parking area down below was designed in coordination with Mike Watson from coastal staff. I don't have time to address the EV charging stalls being a fire risk, even though they only pull as much power as a clothes dryer, and that we have the support of the current Big Sur fire chief and the 2 prior fire chiefs. I do want to focus on zoning and ESHA impacts. Relative to zoning, the appellants take the position that commercial uses in Big Sur Valley are limited to those which serve the visiting public. Well, this is practically inconsistent with the essential needs of the residential community, and it's legally inconsistent with the policies of the Big Sur Land Use Plan, which clearly and repetitively state that commercial uses in the Big Sur Valley Rural Community Center are intended to serve both the essential needs of the residential public and the visiting public. It even goes so far as to say that, in general, any use allowed in any zone is appropriate for rural community centers. The appellants for years now have ignored my broadcasting this provision from the zoning code, which states that the zoning code, which is down here as level 4 of the coastal implementation plan, must be interpreted consistent with the Big Sur land use plan up here and the Coastal Act at the very top. And so, based upon that, the LUAC, the Planning Commission, and this board has previously approved Blaze moving next door that as a public, quasi-public use, based upon their historical response to serve the community when they're in times of flood, fire, or landslides, and being available to distribute propane on an emergency basis. But moreover, that as downscaled, as restricted by these conditions and the general development plan, it is now of a scale similar in character, density, intensity as the other VSC enumerated uses, such as a hotel, motel, retail store, or a gasoline service center, or a restaurant. And to be clear, beyond emergencies, Blaze is only open during daylight hours, Monday through Fridays, not during the weekend, not during holidays, not at night. Relative to ESHA impacts, I would gladly continue this hearing if it provided the board a chance to walk the property and see it, assess it for yourself, because every county planner I've taken there, coastal planner, member of the LUAC, or concerned citizen that I've taken onto the property, afterwards, they say, I get it. Apple Pie Ridge Road is regularly used for parking. I've seen boats parked for months there at a time. You're limiting the heavy equipment and the big trucks down below in an established parking area below the redwood habitat, and that the redwood habitat is already choked by the English ivy. Again, we have no germination of new trees because of the English ivy. This is the site of the proposed office here. It is a disturbed, again, you can see the English ivy, disturbed site. There's no ESHA adjacent to it. This is a drone shot taken at the peak roof level of the proposed employee housing unit. Any windows will be below this, but this is the 800 square foot storage container. You can see there's existing vegetation to screen us from the Donaldson property. It would also be easy to add more vegetative screening on the Donaldson property, which wouldn't impact their views. And part of the prior resolution we had hoped to achieve with the Donaldsons would have had Blaze installing and maintaining that screening on their property. Here's a shot of the office from the shop site, and then here's the shop site down here. It's an existing disturbed site. We have records going back to the early 80s confirming that these graded pads already existed. And then the rest of these shots are shots of the decayed state of these trees. I had Brian Bradford, our new project biologist. Unfortunately, our original project biologist, Maureen Ham, passed away a couple years ago, but I wanted to have Brian come out to the site, read everyone else's reports, and come to his same new conclusions. And he concluded that Maureen's conclusions and analysis were correct, but that currently these trees pose more of a hazard risk than they did 5-6 years ago. And lastly, I'll mention that Rob, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your additional comments. Now we're going to bring this to staff to see if they want to respond to any of the testimony made.
Just real briefly, the amendment process is something we've had discussions about with the Coastal Commission staff. It is procedure that we've followed for many years, where this board and the county has approved a permit in the past, and what's before you is a change to that permit. The withdrawal of the appeal on the prior county decision leaves the prior decision in limbo. So when and if the board acts on this amendment, we'll resubmit a final local action notice to the Coastal Commission, and they can take the appeal from there. I'd also like to clarify that there isn't really elimination of parking. I think the reference was more about having EV dedicated charging stations being not available to those without electric vehicles. It is used on an ad hoc basis as parking, and it would be more formalized with this application. There are no violations on the property, recorded violations. The standard in the Big Sur land use plan regarding environmentally sensitive habitat is not no impact. We have to find that the impact would not disrupt the long-term maintenance of the habitat. We've applied mitigations as part of the initial study, and have included that in the findings and evidence before you. So Any other questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you for additional comments. Oh, yes, Deputy County Counsel.
Thanks. Robert Breyer, Deputy County Counsel. A couple of points I wanted to make. First of all, the Appellant's Counsel said that this project had not been approved. Exhibit, I believe it is, Exhibit H to the staff report is the 2019 approval of this board of the underlying project. I think what was meant was that the project in its totality has not been finally approved via the Coastal Commission, but that is not really the issue here. It's correct that there was a final local action notice, at which point the applicant and the Coastal Commission staff met. The Coastal Commission staff suggested improvements to the project, which the applicant wished to implement, and in fact did by filing this amendment. The argument here is that should not be a procedure we do, because that would in fact give a second bite of the apple to the project opponents, who will be able to argue all this stuff all over again, despite the fact that we have a certified EIR, mitigated negative declaration, and that this project has been noticed to contain only aspects of the amendments to the project. So it's been my position consistently that the entire project has not been reopened. I would simply say that if the board disagrees, that any aspect of the project that has not been brought within the staff report and the draft resolution is not properly noticed, and staff would have to come back to address them. So I will leave that to the board. It is a de novo hearing after all, and that's fine. And I would also say that the Coastal Commission hearing is also de novo, and they will hear the entire project, which includes the project and this amendment. However, they are in a different role than the county. The county heard the original project already. I won't repeat that again. But one final thought, I also heard that disagreement among experts is grounds for an EIR, and that is not true according to a recent court decision. Sorry, just bring this over here. Makimo Watershed Alliance v. County of Sonoma, 40 Cal. 5th, 1007, 2019. Sorry, that's just for the record, which expressly found that the mere presence of conflicting opinions from experts is not enough to require preparation of an EIR. It matters what their conclusions are and what the basis for those conclusions are. I can't speak to this case, but I just wanted to correct that for the record. That's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. And we appreciate the proper citation so that those who want to look it up could read that up and read the case for themselves. Okay, let's bring this back to the Board of Supervisors. I'll start with Supervisor Adams, since this is in D5.
Thank you. And thank all of you for being here. Thank you for the presentations. Blaze Engineering is a local company that has demonstrated their reliability in this region, especially when it comes to responding to immediate needs for access to Big Sur, both for residents and visitors alike. Throughout the years, I've seen Blaze come forward in the most dire circumstances of road closure. And when the road is closed and there's nobody there to clean it, to get it open again, then the visitors aren't able to access Big Sur. I'm supportive of Blaze Engineering and their intent to reestablish their business location in Big Sur. I've been down, I've looked at it, I know what the site looks like. I've met with Mr. Donaldson as well some years ago at the same time to see his place, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure how frequently you're there, but I know that, I don't think that you live there full time, unless that has changed in the last recent times. But at any rate, I understand that Blaze has taken into consideration the concerns of neighbors and have adjusted their proposal to accommodate the community while still maintaining their ability to operate. My office has heard from numerous members of the community and residents who are near the proposed site and who are in support of this project, including people who live up on Apple Pie Ridge. I know staff indicated that the project amendment as proposed is consistent with the 1982 Monterey County General Plan, the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan, and the Carmel Coast Implementation Plan and the zoning ordinance. I agree with staff's recommendation and am hopeful that my colleagues will understand it from my perspective. It's all we have down there. I mean, when things go bad, it's really bad. I also I think it was 2 years ago now, it was before COVID, as I recall, I did an intense survey with a number of other people from Big Sur to see if there were other land use and other land spots that could be used for this purpose. And it was an exhaustive amount of research that went into this. And the answer was really no. There wasn't any other place that that their engineering company could be located. They've scaled back since before COVID. I think that they're, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was that they were doing concrete and now they're not going to be doing concrete, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of the equipment that was involved with that is not part of the current plan. So I'm anxious to hear from my colleagues. It's a key community asset. And my hope is that we're going to be able to ensure that we are able to keep that asset in Big Sur and not have it go away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Supervisor. Supervisor Church.
I know in times of disaster, Big Sur is somewhat of an island in a way, and it's kind of left to its own resources. That makes it a little bit unique that way. I know there's been some disagreement here about the zoning, but as I look at the quasi-public use that's been presented, that there's a number of elements in there, including public safety facilities, which I believe this fits into. So looking back at that, it really becomes an issue of really what's best for the community. And there are a number of other items in here that they have. The EV charging systems, I know AMBAG is saying we need to have thousands of these in the next 10 years into the Monterey Bay area, and there just aren't any other public ones down there. That's a definite visitor service there. The employee housing, we're always looking for something along this line. I know this, with the work being done here, there's removal of invasive species, which is always a plus in my mind. And this project is moving next door. I mean, it's not like it's moving somewhere, and it's moving closer to the highway as well. So it's not disrupting an entirely new area. So when I look at all the letters and the support that has come in for this from the community, that has went through the Big Sur LUAC Planning Commission. I understand the Sierra Club opposes it, but the Ventana Wilderness Society supports this. So, looking at everything in the picture of this, this is something that, a project that I would, look at and support in that way.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Askew or Lopez?
Thank you. I do have a question for staff, just to clarify. The accusations of violations, of code enforcement violations on the previous site. Can you just clarify? The findings say that there weren't any on file. Can you just, again, to be clear that I'm understanding that correctly? That is a concern that I would have. I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly.
Through the chair, there were numerous complaints filed with Housing and Community Development Code Enforcement Division. However, they were all found to be of either no merits or the case was subsequently closed. There have been permits issued for both the well on site as well as the placement of the shipping containers.
Okay, so complaints were made, code enforcement came to the site, and there are no current violations. I think that's outlined here. I just wanted to, that would be concerning if there were code violations, but it sounds like that's not the case. And then in regards to the visual sensitivity from Highway 1, it sounds like there's discussion of a fence, and then beyond the fence, there was additional coverage that was put in to address that concern.
Yes, there will be a rural kind of grape stake fence along Highway 1. There will also be the placement of the 2 EV charging stations along Highway 1, but the structures themselves located inward of the property are not going to be visible from Highway 1.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the detail. There was a lot of information, both from staff as well as from the public. Many folks in the public weighed in on this. We got phone calls and emails and a lot of communication. But I think those were the two sort of outstanding questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I'll just share, I haven't been moved from my position from the last time we heard the issue. For me, the EV chargers are an improvement. In fact, I mean, everybody knows I was an early adopter of EVs, still believe in them, drove one here today. I think they're critical infrastructure for where the state is pushing us, specifically with the requirement that even our weed eaters and all of our equipment has to go electric. And it's an expectation from the state and CARB that that's where we go. And this is an extremely small drop in that bucket, but it's part of that theory that everyone's got to do their piece. And so as we move forward, as we look at this project, I remain supportive of the project overall, given the history, having toured the site, having been on site with the appellants, having understood the issues and the history between the two parties. I think that given the direction requests from staff from both here and Coastal Commission that have worked on this particular project, I remain supportive of the project at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to end, I'll add my opinions on this as well. I first want to thank both sides for coming and being patient here to get to the last item of the regular agenda. Also thank the employees of Blaze for coming here. You had a lot of turnout last time, and good to see you'll come out today. I want to really commend Blaze Engineering for making some additional changes and responses since the last time this came forward. It shows that you're trying to work to address and mitigate some of those concerns. I think they're good changes, and I'm supportive of them as well. But I also want to really look at this in light of all the discussion that we're having on climate change, and in light of the severe emergencies that we've had, some severe fires, more severe storms, roads going out in Big Sur area. I think when we look at these projects, we have to really put in that context that things weather is becoming more extreme, which makes some of these services, as we've seen, they played a critical role in the past, but in these isolated areas, rural areas, they will only become more critical. And that if we do not allow a business like Blaze to continue to function and do the work that they've done, which I think the community outpouring of community support reflects that, then we're going to put these residents and these businesses in a really precarious situation in the future. So I really look at it with that lens, that government needs to start looking at these decisions from also how do we prepare communities to be more climate resilient. It gets talked a lot about among environmental organizations, but when actual projects come forward in our local communities, we should be understanding that we're facing a new reality, and we're not just talking hypothetically here. We've had some major situations here. The former volunteer fire chief's home was burned in one of those fires. We were all out there. I represented Big Sur during my last 4 years in the state assembly. So you've seen the devastation that it caused, and you've seen the heroic people who step up in Big Sur during those moments of crisis. And so I commend Blaze, and I commend everyone else who really steps up to help their neighbors during these situations. But to not have equipment and other businesses that provide such a pivotal role, where it takes other outside agencies quite some time to respond, I just want to take that into account in this situation too. Going back to the EV vehicles, again, it's surprising that this wouldn't be something that would be more supportive. We know along that stretch on Highway 1, I don't know how many EV charging stations there is there, but I doubt there's any at this point, right? And it's a new reality in California where gas-powered vehicles are going to be phased out. New vehicles be phased out by 2035. We're almost 11 years away from that moment. So infrastructure for Big Sur and for visitors in that area that meet our climate goal needs and reduce carbon emissions, this tries to address some of that. I mean, it's only 2. We need a lot more, but for vehicles that go there that have no other infrastructure to charge their electric vehicles, that's also a concern. And I think that's an added thing here that I think the Coastal Commission would recognize, that it's also part of providing coastal access, making sure those types of vehicles have somewhere to recharge during their visits or pass-throughs through Highway 1 in that area. So overall, I think with the mitigations and the changes that have been done since the last time we visited this, I'm even more supportive of this project moving forward today. So I want to just put it on the table for whoever wants to make a motion at this time. Supervisor Adams?
I would like to make the motion to deny the appeal and approve permitting to allow the establishment of this operation.
And Lopez, will recognize him as a second on the motion. See no further discussion on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I don't see the option. There it is. And then all those against, please say nay. Okay. Today, this motion moves forward 5-0. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to other board matters on the agenda. We're almost to the end here. We're going to go to CAO comments. Sonia De La Rosa.
Just a couple items, and I'm sure Supervisor Church might touch on the Moss Landing event that we have scheduled tomorrow night. There is a community meeting, and I'll kind of leave the specifics to him. We also do have RCRC in town. I believe Supervisor Lopez will touch on that. We did attend the 3CE meeting last week, which was the energy discussion, and learned quite a bit about the different resources that are available and renewable energy options that are being explored. So look forward to learning significantly more. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, CEO. We have no new referrals, so we're going to just jump to our last item, number 20, and we do have a readout still, and then we have an adjourn in memory today. So let's start today with District 3.
I just want to, again, share with everybody, RCRC is in town, and so that means that starting tomorrow, actually this evening, the annual conference commences, and we invite folks out to join us. We're thankful to have our speaker, Speaker Rivas, giving a welcome tomorrow at midday. That's been added to the schedule, so invite folks out to join us for all the wonderful educational opportunities that will be part of this conference. I also want to share that last night I had the opportunity to join UCA and ours, Glenda, I'm blanking, Hummelston, I always say it wrong, but it was a wonderful evening last night at Tennemer and Anna, where we saw some of the new technology coming out in ag tech with innovators from throughout the world. There was folks from all over Europe, as well as Canada and Mexico, bringing some incredible technology into town. They're going to be here over the next couple days showing off that technology, with a lot of folks coming in from all over the state to learn about those opportunities, and actually from throughout the nation. And so that was an exciting opportunity. It's exciting to be on that cutting edge of ag and tech and where they meet, and we continue to be there as a county, and so look forward to continuing to feed the world through that technology. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And look forward to RCRC. I'll be out there. Anybody else going to RCRC? Oh, wow, nice. 4 out of 5. Pretty good. Join the party, Supervisor Church. All right, let's go to Supervisor D5.
I'm up. I am looking forward to tomorrow. There is United Way's annual community breakfast at CSUMB at the bright hour of 7 a.m., which is a wonderful experience. And then tomorrow is also the Monterey Bay Football Club. They are playing another home game tomorrow at 7 o'clock. So it's wonderful to be able to cheer on our local professional soccer players. There is going to be a hearing on Thursday, September 21st in Department 15 of the Monterey County Courthouse on Aguajito between the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District and LAFCO. And that is regarding a LAFCO decision over the proposed CalAm water buyout. And I know that it's something that many people in my district are interested in. Friday, we are going to be hosting the quarterly Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Committee meeting, council meeting, I should say, at 10 o'clock with Congressman Panetta. He and I co-chair the meeting. It will be at the Big Sur Lodge Conference Room at 10 a.m. And then there are so many big, it's fall, and there's something going on all the time, including a wonderful Visionary Leaders Conference, or celebration, I should say, honoring Sylvia Panetta, Senator Ana Caballero, Dr. Laura Solorio, Rania Costa, and Rosalind Green at the Hacienda Carmel in Carmel Valley that the Democratic Women of Monterey County is putting on. So that'll be another lovely event. And of course, it's the 66th performance of the world famous Monterey Jazz Festival this weekend. Lots of good music around, lots of people in town. This Jazz Festival is a particularly special one because it is the retiring artistic director, Tim Jackson's final big show. So he's done a great job in the last 30 years, and we've been very fortunate to have someone of his capability and leadership leading the wonderful music and musicians who come to town. So it's busy, busy for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly one of the best jazz festivals in the nation right here.
In the world, truthfully.
Even better. All right, let's go to D2.
So as CAO De La Rosa mentioned, sorry, momentary lapse, hit a long day. We are having tomorrow night a kind of a community meeting on the Moss Landing battery plants, and I should make that plural. Just expecting a pretty good turnout. We'll have Vistra there, PG&E and Tesla are also invited and will be present. In addition to Senator Laird and Assemblymember Addis will be in presence as well. There will be a number of county officials into there for this public information. People have been submitting questions online and to my office. We've been giving them to Department of Emergency Management for them to be distributed. There will be questions taken at the facility, at the community meeting as well. And I am, expecting a pretty good turnout. This is really a two-way street for the public to get questions answered and for the companies involved in the battery facilities there to put forth their own statements and purposes that they want to relate to the public. In addition to that, in a couple of days, we're having the reopening of a very well-loved but unknown little park and roadway in North Monterey County called Kirby Park. It's access into the Elkhorn Slough. It was washed down to one lane back in 2017, suffered more damage this year. We're still waiting on FEMA from the 2017 to pay for it. But I have had so many calls about when is this going to be fixed? When can we get in there? And it's people like to kayak there. People like to walk down there. It's people like to throw their trash down there too. But that's another issue. So it's going to be an opening on that. I believe on Thursday morning we're going to have a little ribbon cutting. And let me see. The only other issue is I just want to kind of draw attention once again to the fine work that the Elkhorn Slough Foundation did on clearing out some eucalyptus. I wish I could take credit for it, but they've done a great job there, and it's very popular item out in North County.
That wasn't you doing that. And Supervisor Church, one thing I just wanted to add though, because maybe at your town hall, but I know it's come up with some folks that have reached out to me, just was some of that piping infrastructure at Moss Landing, it started going down, and the public was just the question whether the main stacks were going to remain, and that was just one question that came up.
Sure, I can. I was just out there a couple weeks ago on a little tour from Vista gave us, and they are taking down the old facility that generated the power, and that should be coming down by next year. It's a very slow process because taking away things that were kind of put together a little bit haphazardly at some times because it was built over about 50 years. The stacks that are sitting there that we know, the smokestacks, are going to remain. When speaking with Vistra, these have been here since the late 60s when they were put in. I think they believe they said they could stay for another 50 or 75 years. Anybody who's concerned about the maintenance on those, they are regularly maintained. They're inspected very closely every year or two. I believe there's $25,000 to $50,000 a year being put in to their maintenance, and they're pretty sturdy. They've survived a lot of earthquakes better than anything else has.
And certainly iconic there to Moss Landing.
Very iconic.
Okay, Supervisor Askew.
My mic is still on. Okay. Let's see here. A handful of things. On Wednesday, October 4th from 5:30 to 6:30, we'll be having our next online virtual town hall meeting talking about working parents and working family resources. We've invited Superintendent Andrade from Salinas City Elementary School District, Jenna Garcia Zavache from MPUSD, Rob Reiskart from CSUMB, Jose Moran from the Boys and Girls Club, and Nina Alcaraz from First Five, and Andrea Bresne from Monterey Parent to join us. So it'll be on Zoom and Facebook on October 4th from 5:30 to 6:30. Our next Seaside Town Hall meeting will be on October 12th from 6 to 7:30 at Sipper Hall. We're co-hosting that with Mayor Ian Oglesby. And our next town hall in Delray Oaks will be on October 26th from 6 to 7:30 with Delray Oaks Mayor Scott Donaldson. So we invite everyone to come out and join us for those community activities. And then I just want to say a big shout out to our Monterey Bay Football Club on their victory this last weekend. Had a great time at the game, and it was wonderful to be in good company cheering on our local players. I think they'll be back again on Wednesday night. Yeah, next game Wednesday night. We've still got tickets available, so go buy your tickets and come on out and cheer us on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I only wanted to really say thank you to all the volunteers, organizers for a really amazing 16th of September event this last weekend in East Salinas. Had the largest parade they've ever held before. They had the largest turnout of over 50,000 plus people on Sunday on Alisal Street. And I want the new nonprofit that have regrouped to organize this, they're called Tradiciones por Siempre. So I want to really thank Adan Gomez and all the other key community organizers for making this tradition in the Mexican-American community here possible. We had visitors coming from all over the region, from South County, from Watsonville, from the peninsula. I was able to talk to folks who had come into East Salinas just to enjoy the festivities. So thank you for that. The only last thing I would mention, I'm speaking this Sunday at the Resource Center for Nonviolence in Santa Cruz regarding the 30th annual Watsonville Peace and Unity March, which is the oldest continuous peace march in the state. I was one of the founding members along with Supervisor Felipe Hernandez. A lot of mothers who lost their kids and family members to gang and domestic violence. This march started in 1994. So this year is the 30th anniversary of that march, and it was the loss of our two young children in Pajaro, Jessica and George Cortez, who were gunned down so tragically on February of that year. This is leading up to holding the march once again in my hometown on November 5th to keep that tradition going, and not only remembering those we've lost to violence, but more importantly to keep reminding the community how critical it is to them to be active, to keep making sure we bring peace to each of our neighborhoods and homes in our communities. The city of Salinas has now started a peace march, which will be on October 7th. That will be in East Salinas, but it was inspired also from this march that started in Watsonville. So that's all I have. And so I want to go to our county council to do the readout from closed session today.
Thank you, Chair Alejo. There are no reportable items from today's closed session.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're doing an adjourn in memory here today, and we'll close with this. It is with deepest sadness and with a heavy heart that today that we adjourn in memory of the family of our colleague, Megan Ruiz Ignacio, who is her title is Administrative Secretary, Confidential in the CAO's Office, Intergovernmental Legislative Affairs. She's one of our finest employees, really hard and dedicated to what she does. But our county family here tragically lost 3 of her family members in the catastrophic Maui fire. She lost her aunt, Lynn Manabag, who was 74 years old. She lost her auntie, Virgie Dofa, who was 90 years old. Her uncle, Dolfo Rakutan, who is age 76. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and all our 5,000 plus employees, we want to express our deepest sympathies and our thoughts and prayers for Megan and all her family, because I know these are difficult times, losing some of the elders in her family in such a tragedy. Our CAO's office and county staff have consulted with Megan, and we wanted to see how we could be helpful in honoring her, the memory of her family. And we are suggesting voluntary individual donations to the Maui Strong Fund in any amount that you choose. And some information on them, it says the Maui Strong Fund is providing financial resources to support the immediate and long-term recovery needs of the people and places affected by the devastating Maui fires. So if you could look them up at the Maui Strong or Hawaii Community Foundation. You could Google that to find links to that. But Megan, on behalf of all of us, we want to express our deepest condolences to you, and we will adjourn in memory of your 3 family members here today. Thank you very much, and this meeting is adjourned.